Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I want the ability to be able to get rid of that baby at a moment's notice. And,
Oh my God.
terrible. I'm just saying.
Terrible.
And I'm speaking as a woman.
Oh.
Who am
Yes.
I as a male, whether I'm a Republican, whether I'm a senator or a congressman or whatever? Who am I? Who am
I say
as
this
a-
joke all the time. You know the fastest way to make a conservative pro-choice?
is have their daughter get pregnant.
By a black guy.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Today's a Thursday, so I think almost every Thursday to the end of the year, the toothy one is going to be here.
Hello.
Brian the Babyface Matroni in here as the Thursday guest. Of course, me, Lummy, Rhett, Seth, and Macho Man. I think that's everybody in there, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Neil Mount for the $0 and Captain Creamsicle $500.
Holy hell!
Listen, man, a lot of after hours trading last night. Big Buck just came in right before the show started with 100. Scout and Big Gulp yesterday afternoon, 100 for Operation Pigmentation.
Hell yeah.
Captain Creamsicle comes in with 500.
I'm wet.
At 4:45 this morning. So again, man, a lot of people getting.
That's like $700 in 5 minutes. Let's get out of here, Bubba.
Go buy some cards.
I mean, let's just get out on top.
Go to the Holiday Inn with you and Brian, and you guys are like really taken back by how jam packed it is.
Yes, let's leave on a high
Brian
note.
said next time he goes, he's not taking a backpack.
Oh, this is Bubba. Bubba, listen to the Blizzard now.
It sounds like Bubba's our P1 of the Blizzard.
No, not P1. Just want to see what you two idiots are talking about, and how bad Brian's burying me, knowing that I usually don't listen. But I'm not going to miss the blizzard because it doesn't keep him in check. But I just want him to know that I'm paying attention. That he thinks that I change around. What do you think? I'm Kamala Harris, and we're like, man, you can thank the unions for all that. They can't that I act different or talk different or whatever around black people.
T-shirt Will 25
and women.
Babyface.
And I sexualize my mother. I'm okay.
Not just your mom, all women.
I sexualize.
Mini A-Bear included.
I sexualize. I sexualize everybody. I've been described as a caveman. He's still a man of his word. And the Bubba Army, Seth tried to give him a technicality that he could get off on his Trump vote due to the fact that Biden isn't the candidate. But Brian manned up and said, nope, a deal is a deal. I'm voting for Trump. Seth has a big avocado whodunit in his community. There's this avocado tree that this woman showed Seth that he could take some avocados from. It's clearly not on Seth's property or even the other lady's property.
No, it's in front of my daughter's school. So like we pass it when we're going to pick up our kids.
Here's my ruling on that. Okay,
Let's hear Bubba's ruling.
My ruling on this is you probably shouldn't pick avocados from the tree, but if avocados have fallen and they're on the ground, that's fair game.
Don't you feel like it's the most American and human thing ever just to go pick an avocado off a tree and just eat it and cutting out the middleman, Publix, the farmer's market?
I mean, you should, sure. Or harvest a few of them and take them home.
Yeah.
Now, where is
Brian's all uptight trying to sue people over it.
I'm not trying to sue you. I'm saying it's theft and it's not right.
Now,
I said it would be different if the lady wasn't taking care of her tree.
Hold on. Is the tree on a person's property?
Yes, of course.
And it's by the school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you talking about the avocados in a way that the only ones you would take are the ones that have fallen from the tree and on the ground?
No.
Are you talking about taking it right off the vine?
This is what happened for the people that don't listen to the Blizzard.
Blizzard, by the way, is a Brian the Babyface and Seth podcast.
Yes, I was walking my daughter home one day to the car, and I saw like what looked like to be an avocado on the ground. I was like, an avocado on the ground? Like, what the hell? And then the lady goes, oh yeah, there's an avocado tree. She was walking behind me. She goes, I grabbed a couple the other day. They're really good. And I was like, oh wow, that's so great.
Biggie 7375 $50.
Thank you, Biggie.
I said it's so great to just go grab an avocado for free, no big deal. So then I brought it up to Brian. Brian said it seems like maybe somewhat of a crime or something that.
Well, you didn't in the podcast. You did not denote as to whether you were picking him off the ground or from the tree. You just said I grabbed some avocados. So my mindset, and Brian, maybe you can legally back me up or not, that I think you would have more of a I didn't do anything wrong standing if it was off, if it's on the ground, and you pick up the avocado. I think that is that less stealing than picking it off the tree, or is it the same?
I think that was what I was saying. Is if let's take out avocados. Let's say it was like a citrus tree, right?
Because that's far more believable.
I got a citrus tree story too.
Okay, well,
listen, I got a huge mango tree. I get like 100 mangoes every time, and I saw you on my property taking one. I would probably want to fight you.
You're gonna fight me for taking you don't need 100 mangoes.
You don't know that.
You don't need one. You don't
touch
need
my
one
mangoes.
Of his. Yeah,
they're mine. They're on my property.
Another man's fruit.
Walker's got a real affection for mangoes.
Yeah, that's right.
The way he
One
said
morning
it, though,
he gets up, there's no mangoes because some slippery guy like you came in and took 50 mangoes.
That's right.
He spoke of the mangoes like they're a nuisance. Listen, so this is Bubba. I haven't taken any avocados. This was another lady, who.
But you want to take one now because it makes you a bad guy.
Listen, I was walking yesterday and I was looking. I couldn't find a damn avocado. I was looking. So I got back to my car after I grabbed Sam. Okay, and guess who's on their property?
Picking avos.
It's the lady. They have a lemon tree on the side of their house. The same lady went up there with their kid and is picking out lemons like she's in the produce aisle of Publix.
Hey, you know what you need to be? You need to be a whistleblower to the homeowner.
I tried to film it, but she was gone. So I only got the tree.
You could maybe go over there and whistleblow on the bitch, and then the woman that owns the house or the man could be like, you know what, sir? Appreciate that. And then you could say, hey, whistleblowing. Can I get a few avocados to go?
There you go.
I just think taking a few avocados, a few lemons, when you're going to get your kid from school, I don't know, man. It just seems very wholesome and peaceful to me.
So let me ask you,
Wholesome, like you're
we're settlers, and it's very wholesome. You're at the farmer's market. But let me ask you a question for like your mangoes or maybe those avocados. Is it a noticeable difference when you get something literally right off the tree than getting it at Publix, where it probably had to go through a produce broker and then go to Publix and get put in a warehouse for a few days and then trucked over to the local Publix, and maybe it sat in the back for a day or two, and maybe that piece of fruit or that avocado or that mango is maybe a week old?
Oh yeah.
Is it
100%?
Is it noticeably different, the quality?
Yes.
Of it?
Yep. Right if you pick it right at the right time. Oh, it's even when it falls off, it's still fresher than Publix.
Well, even when I think when it falls off, it's just nature's way of showing that it's ready.
Yes.
It's fully developed, and it's the way most fruit falls off the vine is because it's grown so big that it gets too heavy and the vine can't support it anymore, which means it's ready to consume.
Yep, exactly.
So do you actually actively harvest your mangoes?
Yes.
Are they seedless or seeds?
Seedless.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Genetically modified.
Do you juice, or do you just eat them? Just eat them like oranges,
Just eat them like oranges.
Wait, are there mangoes that have like seeds, like seedy seeds? I know they have like that big one, right?
Yeah, the big one.
Yeah, but there's not like ones that have
No,
seeds.
I think he's thinking about the
it.
little black ones. There's some type of mango that has these like little black ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a different
like
species.
all in it. Oh,
yeah.
I'm not a mango expert. I'm not trying to be a smart ass.
Who is a mango expert?
I only knew that because I
I'd
looked
like
it
to
up.
have a banana tree, but I don't think banana trees grow here, do they?
do.
Oh my God, they grow
Yeah.
like wildfire.
They
dude.
do?
Oh
Yeah.
my, yeah, they
Lummy.
grow out of control.
We have a banana
Lummy.
tree, but every time it comes up, it hits the freeze and we lose them.
You need a female banana tree that produces the fruit.
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
feed
yeah,
the goats because the goats love it.
Yeah, that's why I bring some of the bananas during the wintertime. And then.
But hold on, so Florida's tropical environment is conducive to being able to have a banana tree?
Yeah, but if you have a
but
banana
doesn't-
tree, you're gonna have rats.
Oh, okay. I don't want a banana tree. So I'm
Yep.
just getting rid of the rats.
We already have her. Yeah, it was. Hey, by the way, Pia Phoenix just said on YouTube, I've got a lemon tree in my yard. Come pick a few.
Well, there you go.
Well, see, I think that's how people generally feel when they have fruit trees.
Well, I think, and then Seth, maybe you've niched yourself out into a nice little video where Seth goes and gathers, various listeners bearing fruit trees, and you're next thing you know, you're walking in with Phoebes and Sammy with a big basket full of oranges and lemons and avocados and all these, freshly picked, and you're spending half your day producing podcasting, and then the other half you're going out and harvesting fruit from listeners.
Finally have a purpose.
You dirty fruit harvester, you.
They've nicknamed him the Fruit Bandit on Rumble. Seth the Fruit Bandit.
I haven't taken anything yet. I have just seen this lady do it. She's brazen. She gives me confidence.
And Seth, right?
She's well off.
It's free.
It's free. I mean she's not like poor. I mean, she's got a sweet ass ride.
Yeah, well, she's rich, and she probably appreciates the difference in quality of picking one right off the vine.
Because that's what we're supposed to do, Bubba. We're supposed to pick fruit right off the vine. We're not supposed to go to Publix and have them weigh it and scan it and get a BOGO.
To our hunter and settler, genes, or
Yes.
our hunter and settler, our hunter and gathering instincts would be that, yes, Seth, you're right. Gathering that avocado is, they didn't have groceries. So Cravemans didn't have Publix. And so,
right, you're making me feel like I'm a January 6th guy all of a sudden just because I'm watching these people gather avocados and lemons and I like it.
No, I'm trying to get you part of it, D. I'm trying to get. I'm trying
all
to
right,
tell
well,
you.
bring you a lemon tomorrow. You tell me how they are.
I would say you're
I don't
worse
like
than
lemon.
the January 6th people.
Mm-hmm.
You're trespassing and stealing from good, hardworking, honest Americans.
South St. Petersburg.
Right. All right, so as we're getting ready, we had a meeting yesterday about our Orlando content house.
Yes.
And in November, I think it's the second week of November, we are all of us, with the exception of Brian, his wife said no, but Dan, Colton, Tuttle, all of us, Merch Crick are going to be at this 5-6 bedroom content house just on the west side of Orlando. And on Friday night, we're going to watch the Jake Paul Tyson fight and give our, kind of our play-by-plays. Lummy, that has a Pop-A-Shot. It has ping pong. It's got a pool.
Now, time out real quick. I can go. I just wasn't going to get another house and bring my family. That was the deal. I could go, but I was told there wasn't room for me
there really
in the
isn't.
house.
No, there's room.
There's really not
So
room.
that's the reason.
Hold on.
Just to be clear, I'm allowed to go. I just wasn't. My wife did not want to make a family vacation out of
Right,
it.
I understand.
Okay.
No problem.
I don't.
By the way, I really, really like your wife, so I don't want to upset her either. So,
I think she's undecided on you, Bubba.
Oh, I don't think so. I think Brian's wife actually likes me.
Yeah, she does.
I really do. She can see through the facade, if you will. She's smart enough to be able to peel that onion back a few. Let me see if we get some more here. Mike. Oh, Lummy. I think this is Super Fat Bubba Light.
Oh, yeah.
500 on the PayPal.
Nice.
Because people know, man, they got to the 15th of this month.
No, they know it's Thursday and Babyface is in.
Well,
that's
they've been
why.
also emailing all week. They've been emailing asking their
totals.
Yes.
Super Fat Bubba Light. That's 500.
And waiting until Thursday to give it. You didn't hear those on Tuesday, did you? Just saying.
So as we
have 6 Bubba, I thought we had 5 bedrooms. We have 6.
Okay, all right. Let me see. I'm going to take one. You're going to take one. Lummy's going to take one. Rhett and Mach might take one.
You've got Tuttle, Colton, and Dr. Dan in the kids' room,
Oh,
right?
so then I have the other room. There we go.
No, that's 6. That's 6. We don't have any room for you.
No, that was only 5.
And then you got Gary.
Yeah, Gary Cantrell.
Gary can sleep on the couch.
Gary can. But here's the deal. I mean, in seniority-wise, Dan would have more show seniority just based on time served.
But I thought you wanted to bitch Dan out in the bunk bed.
Well, I wouldn't mind bitching Brian out on the bunk bed either.
Well,
both of them make for great.
Bitching out a bitch isn't fun.
You're saying bitching out a bitch is a push at best?
Yeah, I mean, what's the novelty there? Bitching out a Cybertruck owner. Now that's a novelty.
Listen, Brian. We'll
We'll give him a room, man. He's got to come.
I'll bring an air mattress. I can pop in. I'll share with Seth.
There you go. Yeah, you and Seth.
We'll have a sleepover.
Seth, I don't think.
Or
Seth,
I'll take the bunk bed room with Brian.
Yeah. I mean, however it works out, Brian, and would love to have you. It's going to be the second week of November. That being said, Lummy, we have a couple different conundrums. One, are we going to take the people that want to be? We've said that we're going to invite 3 listeners for Friday night's Domino's catered in dinner / Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. So I think we earlier on had spoke about 3 listeners being invited to the content house, and then each one being able to bring a guest, but it's only for dinner and you got to leave. You can't spend the night there.
No.
Right. I'd say, by midnight you need to be out of there. So we had talked.
The time the fight's probably starting, right?
You're right. You mean after the fight, okay? After the fight.
5 minutes after the fight, get out.
Yeah. Wait, is Macho even going to be there? Isn't he going to be at Electric Daisy?
No.
That's the week before.
We actually planned this around Electric Daisy. That's what you'd understand. We actually planned this event around when he was going to be at Electric Daisy.
So what's the dates on this?
The 15th and 16th.
15th and 16th.
Friday, Saturday.
Okay, I have a cruise coming up in November.
Okay,
so
come get naughty with us.
I know. I'm seeing if I can.
Super Fat Bubba Light, thank you so very much.
You.
And so anyway, listen, we have set up an email, and the email is for 2 different things. One, I guess we're gonna ask people is everybody that submits an email, are they submitting an email to be at the event Saturday night, or are they submitting an email to be part of the guest list?
If they could just let us know they want to be part of the guest list and if they're coming Saturday.
Yeah.
It would just make it easier.
So listen, we're trying to get, and I'm going to talk about this, from now until, probably up until a week or so before the event. But you need to email us if you plan on coming to our set. Now, Saturday night, Friday night at the Orlando Content House, we're going to do watch the Jake Paul fight, give our play-by-play, smart-ass analysis on that. And then let me obviously a catered in dinner, catered in Domino's, or something.
Does it have to be Domino's?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be Domino's.
All
But
right.
Domino's is very special to me.
I understand that, yes, sir.
Maybe we can do, like a Domino's with some maybe Olive Garden. And,
what
like
the fuck?
What?
Nothing. No, that
Did
sounds
you just say? Did you just?
No. Sorry,
I think it slipped through.
I think he did.
Yeah,
I
it
dumped it just to be.
My apologies.
That just really flew quite easily.
I can't believe you said the
sharp,
Olive Garden.
Your sharp snake tongue of yours over there.
The Olive Garden's almost more of a cuss word than what I just said.
Why is
Olive Garden Domino's, Bubba? I mean, like, I'm trying to live to see the next day.
How many bathrooms are there at this?
All right. Well, so anyway, listen.
There's 3+.
I don't know. Maybe we ask Big Red if he wants to come be the chef, and we get an air mattress for Big Red, and Big Red is cooks is like our
We should probably
and that might be content in itself. Big Red is just our constant chef.
We
they
should
have
all
a
go out
barbecue
for
there?
we should all go out for hibachi before the fight and film that.
No, but
Kobe Steakhouse hibachi style. Have Dan pay for it.
But that's expensive.
No, do you hear
know
me?
that.
If Dan wants to go, he's got to treat us to dinner.
No, we're trying to do a little budget here. The house was what, $2,500, Lummy, something like that.
Can we get the hibachi to go and eat it in Dan's Cybertruck?
That's a great idea.
Well, here's the deal, Lummy. If they don't have a grill there, I could probably bring my black.
They have a
stove.
barbecue grill, Bubba.
They do?
Yes.
Okay. So, Lummy, maybe we ask Big Red to see if he can get permission from not a fan to come, and I buy a bunch of, I give Big Red like $400 or $500 to go and buy baked beans and steak.
$400 or $500 for why do you lead with baked beans?
Baked beans and Olive Garden.
Steaks.
Some potatoes, yeah.
Like what Big Red does out here, make us a little spread.
Veggie burgers.
And Gary Cantrell with the mobile mic could be like, "Hey, I'm on Big Red now. He's putting on the T-bones, and maybe we do that."
Well, Bubba, do you pretty much want Big Red to be our personal chef that weekend?
Yes.
Okay.
And Lummy, we can get an air mattress for Big Red, or he can sleep on the couch.
Yeah.
Or something like
Gary
that. And
Cantrell?
if Big Red only if Big Red is interested in doing that. He may listen, Big Red might very well say, I don't want to go over there and be your guys' personal chef all day. I don't want to.
Really? What's the upside in that for him?
I'm just saying he may say no.
He likes doing that kind of stuff.
Big Red first of all, he loves to cook. He just had a huge cookout for this past Labor Day.
Yeah, he did.
And I'm actually reaping some of the benefits. Lummy, he brought me a lot of the pork. I've been making pork sandwiches, and they're really good.
And you yelled at Lummy because Lummy was just looking at the pork yesterday, and you told him to leave your pork alone.
Yeah, I'm pork aggressive.
Yeah, Big Red just said, "Hey, how's it look?" And I go, "I'll go look," and then I get yelled at.
Yeah. So anyway, here's the deal. Friday if Big Red goes, Friday we're gonna have a catered in. A Big Red prepared dinner.
Hell yeah.
And then Big Red might even get up in the morning and make breakfast.
Well, the Nashers just volunteered on Saturday morning to come over and make sausage, gravy, and biscuits.
Is there a vegetarian option?
Yeah.
Yeah, the biscuit.
Well, so anyway, we'll wade through all that. I need to give this email address to anybody. Now, Saturday night, Friday night we do the Jake Paul fight and the possibly Big Red prepared dinner. And Lummy, Seth has sent me these big bopper gloves. These kids' mega boxing gloves for Tuttle and Colton to fight.
There you go.
But I looked at them, and I got them displayed on my screen right now. And I looked at them, and I'm like, those things look so big that you couldn't get if you just put them together, a guy could never hit you. Like there's no chance of getting hit.
You can. We had these here about 5 years ago, and I used one, and I popped it when I punched Sonjo Logano. But you can connect.
No, here's how you do it, Bubba. One hand tied behind their backs, each one wearing one glove. That way, if one pops, you have a backup.
All right, well, here's the deal.
There you go.
I instead.
And you can't fully guard.
So here's what I did instead. Let me move this out.
I was just looking for some outdoor activities.
Right. No, listen, and I'm going to use your your idea. I'm just not going to buy these gloves.
They were a steal though, $15.99.
I know. But you get what you pay for. They're cheap. They're going to break. So, Lummy, I just went and found. Now,
Bubba,
if you know anything, if you know.
Those are ones Dan
hold
would
on,
wear.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Now, 20-ounce gloves, Lummy, if you know anything about boxing, 20-ounce gloves are huge.
Yeah.
They're huge.
They're pillows.
Yes. So, but I ordered 2 pair of these 20-ounce gloves, which a guy could get a decent shot in, but really you're not going to hurt anything. And then my other idea, Lummy, was, okay, not only do I order these, but do I order maybe like some MMA gloves for them to wear underneath these, full, even more protection. And or would a guy be able to wear a pair of these and get his hands into those gloves?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
So
It wouldn't be very comfortable either, even if he could.
So Lummy, I ordered 20-ounce. Those they fight with what? 12-ounce?
It depends. I mean, it depends on the fight. In the contract, I've seen anywhere from 10 up to
14.
16. Yeah.
Yeah, usually 12 I think is the sweet spot. Wouldn't you say, Brian? Usually 12 to 14 is kind of the sweet spot. The bigger guys tend to go 14. The smaller guys will go 12. So 20-ounce gloves are huge. Like, they are huge. And we'll buy a couple mouthpieces, but that way Colton and Tuttle can get a few licks in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So, Seth, I hope you're not. I just eliminated the kid Big Bachberg and bought the better quality real boxing glove, 20 ounces, so we'll really get some good action.
I got you.
Can I be Tuttle's corner man?
Yeah.
And then have Dan be Colton's?
Yeah.
Awesome.
There you go.
Now, hopefully Tuttle doesn't get cut because I can't do much about that.
Dan will have his
cold
his
press.
cut juice ready to go. Dan supposedly has a mixture of there's only about 4 or 5 ingredients that all professional cut guys use, and Dan's got his special little concoction that would really seal up fast, and a couple of I can remember a couple of major trainers like Winky Wright's guy wanted Dan's concoction, and Jeff Left Hook Lacey guys. Lummy wanted Dan's concoction because supposedly Dan's cut concoction is super good. So here's an email that I'm giving you, and I need you. So that's Friday night. Saturday, we're gonna probably get up, have breakfast. Seth might go on a little expedition, like where his old school used to be, and various things, and we're gonna be live the majority of the time on our YouTube channel from our Orlando content house. We'll have, a roving camera, then some fixed cameras, and then anything we do otherwise we'll tape. We'll be in the Gary Cantrells and the Rets and everybody else will put together, various house content.
We have live yoga Saturday morning.
What about like a little Bubba 9-hole golf tournament?
That means we have to go to a golf thing.
Yeah, typically.
Yeah. I'd rather watch college football on Saturday afternoon.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Me too.
College football on Saturday afternoon. Then Saturday night, here's where we need you guys to help us out.
Nikki Peeled, $100, Babyface Thursday.
Love Nikki Peeled. I'm not even going to mention how hot his wife is because that makes me a creep, and I'm super sexual and caveman-like, according to the Blizzard. So I'm trying to stay away from those attributes.
Are you going to deny that? Are you saying we're wrong? I'm wrong?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
I just like to be reminded about it a lot when I'm listening to content on my own platform, how much of a creepy bastard I am.
I didn't call you a creep.
Called me a caveman.
I said you have, and I said it in a very loving way.
Said I talk different to black people, including 25. I was a caveman. I sexualized my mom and sister. You are gonna uphold your end of the deal and vote for Trump. And Seth is an avocado stealer. And some guy mentioned that I start putting some of my old tabs in folders. And guess what I did? I did that this morning. And then Seth got heat on that. And he's like, oh, my God, now we're just letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry make a suggestion for the show? And I'm like, well, this seems like a pretty good suggestion. And Seth took a big shiz on the deal.
Seth and I talked after the show, and I said it seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, well, as I was executing said idea that I got from your podcast, Seth takes a shiz on it. It's like, that's stupid. We can't be listening to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that wants to, tell us something how to do our jobs.
Well, I'm sorry, Bubba. When you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 messages in a row from somebody that's just giving you a bunch of suggestions for the show that you didn't ask for,
well, one of them
that's
stuck.
why I was reading it.
One stuck, bud.
Was it emails, Seth, or?
No, these are all direct messages. The first direct message was about adding Dan to the Blizzard. The next one was that he's in Central Time, so he has to overload me with messages because he doesn't get to check them after work. The next one was about the Diaco's wives participating in the Women of the BRN podcast. The next one was about Jen Naba doing podcasts for us. The next one was about Bubba putting his windows in a different folder. The next one was about when's the Triple B's podcast going to happen again? Are Brent and Caitlin not part of the BRN? Another one said, I think you should play this for Bubba so he knows the source of F-Boy. Then he sent me a link, and then he sent me a video. And I haven't...
all decent suggestions, all suggestions indicating that he very much listens to the show, right? I mean,
Yeah, no, suggestion Seth, hit me up, man.
Suggestion Seth.
Suggestions at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yeah.
Suggestion Seth.
Give me all your thoughts. Just tell me your thoughts. Just write them down as they pop in your head.
Right, even if it's not even related to our show.
Yeah.
You'd be like, I'm driving down the road right now, and I got a little bit of a headache, but I saw a cool-looking car that just passed me just now.
Took my mind off things.
Took my mind off things. I even forgot about your stupid-ass show. So anyway, listen. So Saturday night, we had a meeting about this yesterday. And so Saturday night, when we're in Orlando, November 15th and 16th, Saturday night on the 16th, after we watch college football and after Big Red cooks us breakfast, if he attends.
Yoga.
Yoga in the morning, all that kind of stuff.
Are we going to have like a yoga chick come and do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yoga chick with, I think she's bringing mats and everything.
Oh, cool.
Tuttle's got a yoga chick.
Yeah.
And she never let him hit it, so you know she's pure.
Thank goodness.
I'm not allowed to make any type of...
No, you're absolutely.
She's a fine-looking yogi, Bubba. I think a lot of people are going to tune in.
I've not seen her.
I have.
Can somebody send me a picture of the yogi?
I guess I can if you're going to get all thirsty now.
I'm not going to get all thirsty, but I'd like to be able to have a mindset of what I'm describing.
Yes, sir. I understand. I'll send you the yogi immediately.
All right. So listen here. I need. So Saturday night we're going to go to somewhere and do a meet and greet and drink and eat and hang out with our fine Orlando listeners. Now Orlando is our second market with regards to if you take podcasting, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Bubba Army HQ, and all just basically all the all the platforms that we're seen or heard on. Orlando consistently is our number 2 market. Like Tampa's our number 1 market. Well, no, not in some stuff. New York's our number 1 market in some stuff. I think New York's our number 1 market in Instagram.
Should we go hit up Brooklyn? Tell them we're here?
No, nobody. We probably got one guy that really downloads a lot of podcasts, and that's why New York's number 1 on podcasts. We got one real hardcore fan, Super Fat Bubba Light, probably.
Yeah,
next time Liberty play the Fever, we'll go up to New York. And
good call.
I actually wouldn't mind doing that.
Did you get the picture I sent you, Sponjo?
Did you
yeah.
text it to me?
Yeah, I texted you the yogi.
Let me look at here. Seth on the yogi. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, sure, right.
I mean, I know you don't want to be thirsty, but let's just talk about those chesticles for a second, right?
I mean, I don't want to be thirsty.
They can be sad. They can be hanging all around while we're getting down a doggy position.
We can't put it on the screen so Lummy and I can see. No.
I mean, she probably doesn't want her. I mean, well, I guess.
Well, I guess we could just show it to us, right? I'll send it to. Lummy.
Send it to everybody.
Okay.
All right, so
you're sporty too, Brian.
After breakfast, after yogi, after college football on Saturday the 16th, we are going to try to find. We're in the Lummy and Seth and Rhett and Gary and Mach. I don't know if Macho Man has anything to do with where we're going at night, but I think the other ones do.
I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to so nobody has to worry about it. I feel like I need to take care of it. I've talked to Tuttle. I got a list of places, so I'm just going to call and kind of let them know what we're looking for, and hopefully they have it. If not, I'll find another one. Luckily, there's about 1,000 places to go in that area.
No, but before we do that, we got to kind of get a roughed-in estimate. You find people of Orlando, and you know what? We might want to have Macho Man make this a positioning statement, because I need to just continually pound this over people's head that there's probably some Orlando listeners right now that would want to email us and let us know that they're interested in coming to see us on Saturday night, but they're not listening to the show right now.
Yeah.
So we need to have positioning statements and just continually remind people, if you're going to attend the Saturday night meet and greet on the west side, Kissimmee-ish part of Orlando, at a whether it's an ale house, or whether it's a World of Beer, or whether it's a wherever venue we pick, has a lot to do with potentially how many people we think are coming. And we don't, quite frankly, have any idea. I mean, I could say there's going to be 12, or there could be 300.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
I think 40 or 50.
Yeah, I'd be happy with 50 people.
I think you're going to hit 75 to 100.
Okay. Well, and so
we got people flying in.
All right, so you need to, please, and let's make this a positioning statement. Something be like, are you going to attend the Orlando Saturday night meet and greet? If you are, email us, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. That's the email, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. Just type in your name. Hey, this is Mike McGillicuddy. I plan on attending your Saturday night meet and greet
At medieval times,
and I'm bringing one guest.
And then if they could put in there, I would like to be in the drawing for the.
Yeah, and if you would like to be in the drawing for one of the three position, Scout and Big Gulp. Another 50, because it's Babyface Thursday.
Oh, thank you, ladies. Be safe out there.
Those liberal lesbians.
Damn.
Love them. And they're finally getting Lummy, they're finally getting a truck, as a couple again.
Yeah.
They were trucking, singular, getting real itchy. So, again, while you email us at Orlando at@bubbaarmyhq.com, please put in there, we're assuming that you're going to attend our Saturday night deal, but if you'd like to be included in consideration for our electronic drawing, Lummy, it was my understanding that we were going to get all the names of people that wanted to be a guest on our Friday night, deal, that we were going to put it on one of those digitals. Remember, you
spinners.
win nothing. Remember that? Put it on that. Put all, enter all the names on that. That's about as random as fair as you can get, I think. So, if you want to be one of the three people that are allowed to bring a guest Friday night, eat with us, watch Jake Paul with us, hang out with us for a little bit.
No sleeping with us.
No, yeah, when it's time, listen, let's just make this rule, okay? After the fight, you got 15 minutes to leave.
Unless they're chicks, right?
Why do you guys always try to trip me up on a technicality?
What are we gonna do? Get.
What are you gonna do, Brian? Take him to the hot tub?
No, I mean,
Just saying.
Hey, it's 2 a.m.
It's a content house. We got to keep this thing going 24/7.
If it happens to be a chick that would win, and she's hot, and she's single, and she brings maybe another chick, not a dude, I could see where you could have some spend the night privileges. There's a lot of single men and a lot of testosterone running through that house.
Isn't there no single men in
Yeah,
that
Tuttle
house?
is the only single man.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's not even that single. He's trying to get back with his ex-wife.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, hot chicks with hot chick friends have spend the night. Isn't Gary Cantrell? Is he married?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're all old dudes. Like, we're not, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
just
you're
that
right. We're sorry.
I know it feels like a fraternity, but.
We're all old dudes.
Are we going to have cameras set up in the bedrooms?
No.
Okay.
No. You, of all questions to ask me.
Well, no, I'm just saying, is there like going to
No.
be sleep cams and
No.
things like that?
That's on your list of 6 things you're not allowed to talk about.
That's not on my list of 6 things
Now
I'm
it
not
is.
allowed to talk about.
Yeah, did you guys ever address that in a podcast? 'Cause
Yes.
I need to go back and find that.
Yes, we did. I think.
And was Brian being a dick about it?
A little bit.
Really?
Not
Why-
completely.
But why were you being such a dick?
I just- I wasn't-
hold on. When we had such a good show last week, we really did. And it's because not necessarily you're abiding by these 6, but you're just being a little more mindful.
Yes.
And so why would you go back and double down on the podcast to make me look stupid?
I didn't. I just said that I'm gonna start calling you Bubba Mogwai because you come with like a list of rules, like a little Mogwai, like Gizmo. Bubba Gizmo.
You got to have rules with the humanity that I have to look at the different type of personnel that I got here. I mean, I truly am Bubba Belichick and Robert Kraft and Tom Brady. I got you. And you're a certain way.
Randy Moss over there.
Yeah, Aaron Hernandez.
I got Dan, who's Aaron Hernandez. Lummy would be like Teddy Bruschi.
Oh, thank you.
The linebacker.
Oh, he'd absolutely be, the coach's favorite.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
Seth is like Adam Vinatieri. You know, you don't really like him.
Okay, I'm good, man.
But hold on. You don't really like him, but damn it, he's money and he'll win you some ball games. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like that at all, but yes, thank you.
Who'd you want to be, Seth?
Yeah, who do you want to be, Seth?
I mean, I thought
Wes Welker?
I mean, Edelman. I mean, God. I
mean,
Revis, Aqib Talib, somebody that made an impact.
You don't think Adam Vinatieri
You don't
made
think
an impact?
Adam Vinatieri may have? Well, he probably definitely scored more points than anybody.
So wait, you're Belichick, Brady, and Robert Kraft,
right?
And then Babyface is Randy Moss.
No. Babyface is Teddy Bruschi.
I thought
Lummy's
Teddy
Teddy
Bruschi.
Bruschi.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lummy. Lummy is Teddy Bruschi because he's the big, dopey linebacker that Belichick absolutely loved. You never heard a bad thing about Teddy Bruschi.
Isn't Lummy more like Gronk?
Yeah, hold on. I'm so sorry. Completely brain fart. Yes, Lummy's Gronk.
Thank you.
Everybody loves him.
Dan is who? Randy Moss?
Dan's Aaron Hernandez.
Oh, yeah, Dan's Aaron Hernandez. You, Babyface, who are you? Maybe you're Adam Vinatieri.
Maybe I am Adam Vinatieri.
Maybe you are Adam Vinatieri. You know,
not really a part of the team, but sort of a part of the team.
It was probably kind of a dick, because while Lummy's over there running, grass drills, you're just over there, kicking.
That's right.
Right. So Seth, we got to put you in here. Are you my Edelman? I think
I'd like to be your Edelman.
I think you are my Edelman.
Your safety blanket.
Who's Rhett and who's Macho Man?
Macho Man's gonna be
Bill O'Brien.
The offense coordinator.
Who was Charlie Weiss?
Who's the guy that did the illegal videotaping for Belichick?
Oh, jeez.
Listen, he's not been involved in anything like that.
No,
Please.
but I'm saying he's the one you'd turn to. For
so we'll move on. We don't.
All right.
Anyway, if you plan on going to our Saturday night meet and greet, which is going to be at a bar or like a Dave and Buster's, or I don't know, we don't know. We need to find out, get a general idea. Are we going to have 12, or are we going to have 80? Or are we going to have 200? Are we going to have 5? I mean, maybe we're a little full of ourselves and we think Orlando's more hungry for us than they really are.
It's not even about Orlando, Bubba. It's about everybody that's coming from this area. And I've already heard from 2 people that are flying in from, I think someone's coming from Missouri. And then, God, I forgot someone's coming from Pennsylvania, I think.
So listen, if you're a fly-in guy, get a hold of Lummy or Seth so they can give you the address to the content house so that you can stay, as close to us as you can. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't stay in Sanford.
Well, look at that Davenport area.
That's what T-shirt Will got a place. I just gave him kind of the area.
So let me, if you call it the Davenport area, that's
yes,
that's the area we're in.
Yep.
The Davenport. So whether you're getting a Airbnb or Vrbo or you're getting a hotel room, it's the Davenport area of the Orlando area as to where we're going to be. And you need to email us, please, as soon as you can so we can get some kind of idea. Seth, I mean, if this could either be real good or it could be real bad.
That's going to be real good.
Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com and just put in there, I'm attending Saturday nights get together and I'd like to be considered a guest for Friday nights. Talk to us a little bit. Let us know what you're really thinking and what you really want to do.
I know we're telling people a lot of, what we have coming down, but can we announce also that we have the debate show coming back on Tuesday?
Oh, yeah. This coming Tuesday, it'll be on YouTube only. Rhett, do you think we should go YouTube only, or do you think you should throw it across a few, bud?
Last time we did a few.
Okay.
We killed it on Twitter last time.
Yeah. So, Rhett, can we do it? Can we go across a few?
No reason we can't.
Thanks. Appreciate it. So, Tuesday night, Brian, are you committed to the debate show?
Yes, sir.
Are we inviting Dan?
Oh, yeah. Wait, he was here last time. Yeah.
Okay.
It was great last time because we had that crew.
Right. So next Tuesday debate, Kamala, Donald Trump. Is it on ABC?
Yes.
On ABC, and it starts, I think, at 9?
Yes, it does.
At 9 o'clock.
I have a recommendation for a venue that could host us that I found that's going to be real close to the house.
Maybe should we keep it private?
Yeah. I'll give this to Seth.
Yeah.
I think looking at it, it would be a perfect setup.
Is it the booby trap on Lee Road?
You got it. No, this is a place where we could have food and drink.
Orlando.
In our own area.
Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com if you're coming to or plan on attending our Orlando Content House Saturday night get-together. Email us. Let us know if you'd like to be considered a guest for Friday as well. Again, Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
And put it right in front door.
And we could have them cameraed up all night.
We could actually have them
The security cam
inside
feed.
the tent.
Yeah.
The security hut feed, right?
That's perfect. Yeah, this is actually what I was looking.
But see, look at the outdoor part is perfect.
Enough of these chicks.
I mean, no. If you go to the main page, it has
Main page?
There you go. That see that?
Oh, yeah.
And it's got a bar outside.
Oh yeah.
That's
okay.
perfect, and a projector screen.
Yeah, for the college football, that'll be on.
Yep.
All right.
And that you can move those tables and chairs and have a lot.
Why
of
don't you give
space.
them a call from me today, all right? Tell them you're Big Kush and tell them what we got coming.
What numbers am I guaranteeing them? How much in
See, again, we don't know.
We don't know. That's all you're going to have to get kind of.
I think we're okay. We still have enough lead time here that we can kind of start getting an idea of who's going to come.
Maybe you could just take that off my plate for me. I'm kind of busy. I had a late night draft last night at Dennis Phillips League. He's a local celebrity. And the draft order got
Hey, Seth.
Okay, yes, sir.
Quit trying to get a really high-paid lawyer to do your bullshit jobs.
Why don't we, whenever there's a storm, why don't we have Dennis Phillips on then if you're friends with him?
Yeah. Why don't we?
Well, I mean, because we're not localized, We're national.
Oh, but hurricanes are national stories.
I heard a lot of
That's
people
weather porn.
I heard a lot of people don't care about him outside of this area.
Macho Man's very concerned about all the weather. If you knew you had Dennis Phillips as a hookup.
So we get in the draft room last night, and Phillips randomized the draft order like 2 weeks ago, and then he gets in, and the draft order's like, it's automatic. It's like randomized.
Oh.
And he's like, I think this draft was at 9 last night. He's like, I think we're just going to have to do this another day. And everybody's like, tomorrow's the season starts.
So you just go with the order that the computer made.
That's what everybody said. So he's like, I don't think it's fair to the people that have done mock drafts in their spot. And I go, I'm going to have to be out of this league. I got to wake up before. And then another guy's like, I can't do it tomorrow. And then they're like, let's go, baby, with the order that we have.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucking Dennis Phillips overthinking shit.
No, he takes that shit seriously, man.
I'll tell you who has a serious fantasy league that I'm a part of is Dr. McSherry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his is interesting. So it's a season-long, weekly fantasy where you cannot reuse any of the players in the season.
and you have
You
to
said
start.
my Vampire League was dumb. That's stupid.
Yeah,
Dr. McSherry can swing on these.
you're just jealous because you don't go to Dr. McSherry.
I'm jealous. I don't even have a doctor. I got no insurance.
Dentist. But anyways, it's a cool league. It's too much work for you, Bubba. You wouldn't want to do it.
No, I can't do it. I gotta set it. I gotta be like Ronco. I set it and forget it.
Yeah.
I helped Erica with her. I thought she had a pretty good fucking lineup.
Who'd she? Where did she draft from? And what?
11th.
11th, and who'd she pick first?
She got the. She got who the fuck? I gotta see which. Hopefully she sent me a picture.
If she's 11th, I'm gonna guess she got somebody like Puka Nakua, or Amon-Ra St. Brown, or
I'm gonna have to text her.
possibly even Justin Jefferson or Saquon Barkley.
I got. She got Rodgers. She's got Rodgers and Deshaun Watson as her quarterbacks.
Ugh.
Oh. She's got Travis Kelce.
That's good.
Let me. I think she's got the Jets running back.
Brees Hall? No way. He didn't make it all the way down to 11th. If Brees Hall slipped to 11th,
maybe you're right, buddy.
Yeah, no, he goes top 5. Who? Brees Hall. Erica was picking from number.
Lummy, do you have the teams?
I wanted to review Bubba's help for Erica with the fantasy draft.
I don't have everyone.
I heard she has Rodgers and Watson. He's like, that's good. I'm like, yeah, if it's 5 years ago.
All right, I got it.
Now, do you want us to be honest, or do you want us to lie to you?
I want you to be honest, okay? But don't be like.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, maybe Mach can, AI us. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. If you plan on attending any of the Orlando festivities in the Content House, please email us at Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
He was working on that during the break.
All right, so Babyface, Brian the Babyface Matroni. Thank you, Brian, for coming in on your Thursdays. You do bring just a different feel. Sometimes it's a ball busting, piss me off feel. But I think we're learning each other. Or you're tolerating me a little bit better, or you're just learning how to play my game better. I don't know.
I think I'm trying to dance better with you rather than always, trying to trip you up.
Right.
Sometimes you dance a little
but
bit.
You can trip. I don't want everybody Bubba's neutered. Because listen, Brian, I honest to God do think that you would stick up for yourself if I gave you such outlandish parameters. And you had to be an ass kisser like Lummy, I think you would just say, you know what? I don't think I'm going to do the show.
I'd probably just piss you off to the point you kicked me off.
That, or I think you would just say that I'm not going to.
No, I'd probably piss you off until you kicked me off.
Okay, so you say
I wouldn't just quit. I would go out in a hellacious.
You're the kind of guy that didn't want to quit. You want to get fired.
Yeah, I'm not quitting. I'm getting fired.
All right, so Lummy, the girls of the BRN, the ladies of the BRN, had their own, and for the first year. Merch Crick, Merch Crick said, "Should I do this? I don't know anything about it." And I go, "I'll help you with it." And for years, I think a couple years now, Heather Wiz and Ashley and OFF and I think Susan Poitras and
the Diacos,
all three of the Diacos, Romina, Candle, and Krista. They do this little Women of the BRN fantasy football league. That you can do through the ESPN app and things like that. Boy, haven't they made fantasy football so much easier than it? Remember the old? I got into fantasy football back in the day when you had to show up at a bar, you had to draft them, and then you had a commissioner that had to like manually keep score.
Yep.
Remember all that before they had all these apps and stuff that just do it for you?
Back in 2001, man.
Yeah, no, it was like more like 94, 95.
They used to have it where you had to pay to get live scoring on your fantasy. So like when you'd go to your fantasy in the middle of the day, it would just show all zeros unless you paid them like $5, and then it would give you the live scoring. So you'd have to go to every single game, look at what they did, add it up, and then see how you were doing.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the girls drafted this past Friday, and I didn't. I helped Merch Crick to the point where I was listening to the Warsaw football game there, Lummy, and it would come up her pick, and I would say, who do you got? What's available?
Wait, real quick. Let's not bury the lead on this. You spend your Friday night listening to Indiana high school football on the radio?
I did.
I got to tell you, I was going to make fun of him too, but it's actually kind of like, what could really be better than that? Like, you're helping out your woman with their fantasy football team. You got your old high school on the radio.
That's right. Yep.
I mean,
I'm a booster of the high school.
Does that mean you give money?
I gave them a little bit of money from my foundation. Yes, I did.
What are they going to use that money for?
Kevlar
vest for the quarterback.
I don't know. It was $500. They put a little banner in the end zone. Lummy, there's actually a Bubba Army banner with a QR code on the end zone of Warsaw High School football.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, anyway, I'm good friends with the head coach, and I want.
Well, how'd they do on Friday?
They got their asses kicked.
Oh,
damn it to hell!
But hold on, here's the deal. The new coach's mentality is, by the way, his worst record, Brian, since taking over is 7-3. That's his worst record. So this comes from a city, Warsaw, Indiana, that has won, a boys basketball championship, that's won 2 girls basketball championships, maybe 3. Like, it's a basketball city. Like, it's just a football for the longest time. Even when I played, if we could go 6-4. 7-3 would be a huge season, but we were never a powerhouse. We were never anybody that you had to worry about, making it to state or anything like that. Well, this guy comes in named Bart Curtis from the Mishawaka program. I think he won a couple state championships in Mishawaka. He was going to retire, and Warsaw lured him to be the head coach, and he has completely changed the football culture and the mentality and thinking of Warsaw. And now they are, I think they're 5A, and I think they're rated 5th in 5A right now.
Oh wow.
They're one
but see, here's what he does, Brian. Rather than they're part of the Northern Lakes Conference, and you got to win the Northern Lakes Conference, and then everybody gets into the sectional. But he likes to play for his first team two games. He likes to play 2 really, 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 really high caliber, good teams. And so for the first time in the history of Warsaw football, we played Warren Central. Lummy, we won our first game against Michigan City.
Oh, nice.
And by the way, both of these teams are not in our conference, but they're both world-class programs. Michigan City, Lummy, look like USF. Like all their wide receivers were like 6'2", 215, ran like Travis Hunter. I think they had a couple Joe Horns on the team, and Warsaw just plays that smash mouth 4-man. The linemen are in 4-man stance, wishbone, triple option. Warsaw ran 62 plays. Woo. and they passed once.
Nice.
So that's just Warsaw football. So he scheduled Michigan City, which they've won some state championships. They're a much bigger team. Warsaw killed them 20-7 on just smash mouth football. So the coach this year scheduled Warren Central to be our second game. Warren Central has won 9 Indiana State football championship. 9. They've won 9 state championships, And Jeff George came from, they've produced, I don't know how many guys that have made it to the league. Warsaw produced one, Lummy, in the history of Warsaw football, they produced one guy that ended up being a kicker from Missouri, and he made it to Panthers training camp and got cut. Like, that's Warsaw football. Warren Central, I don't know how many people they've made it to the league. Well, Warsaw got beat 28-0. But usually a Warsaw team from 10, 15 years ago would have gotten beaten 85-0. And the score doesn't really represent. Warsaw made a couple mistakes, couple fumbles, but it was a much tighter game than 28-0. But it shows you that you're not that far off as a program. If you're playing a 9-time state champion. And again, Lummy, the game should have probably been 28-14, like realistically. But I'll tell you where Warren Central killed Warsaw. Warren Central had the 4 baddest defensive linemen I've ever seen in high school football. And if you got 4 dudes up front that can be disruptive against a triple option run football team, you're in trouble, right? I mean, you're just in trouble.
Yeah.
So... anyway, yes, Brian, I am pathetic.
No. I was clowning you, but it's cool. I thought you were listening on the radio, but you were watching a feed.
I was watching they have it for. No, this is where you're gonna clown. Warsaw home football games are free to watch on YouTube, but away games are $9.99. So it's $10 to watch the game on an away game because they have I guess maybe their internet might be free when they're hosting their home team, but they might maybe they have to buy some kind of special internet equipment. So it's $10 to watch it when they're on the road, and it's free to watch it when they're home. So I paid $10 to watch it. I'm watching the Warren Central Warsaw football game, and Merch Crick's telling me, okay, I'm coming up next. I'm like, okay, what do you got available for running back? It seems like you might need to take a running back right now. And she would tell me the names, and then I would tell her who to pick. That's kind of how it went.
No, Bubba Matthew Berry over here on the couch just going, hey, go ahead and tell me what your spot is, and I'll just tell you who to pick off the top of my head.
Yeah. Mock draft. I know football.
And I might have been watching some college football. I mean, what sexy game was on Friday night? I think there was a big game on Friday night.
Oh, yeah, there was. It was
damn it, who was it? I know I was watching.
It was a top 25 game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I forget who it was. Was it Alabama?
No, it was it Georgia Clemson?
I forget who it was, but I was watching I was watching college football. I know I watched Notre Dame on Saturday night. I think Notre Dame's for real this year. I really do.
Yeah, they'll make the playoff and fizzle out. They're not one of the top 4 teams.
Their defense is much better this year.
They just got projected to run the table, I saw.
Yeah, I mean,
some computer rankings.
They literally got 2 teams that they got to kind of worry about, and one of which, Florida State. They're playing Florida State in South Bend, and they're playing USC in California.
I think they're cool on Florida State.
So, Brian, here is Merch Crick's team, and I want you to be dead honest. Seth, I want you, Rat, all. I guess even you, Lummy. You're a sports guy.
Yeah, I think it's a good team.
Here's who she's got. Aaron Rodgers for quarterback. Walker the third from Seattle as running back. Williams, the running back out of Denver. Brown, the wide receiver from Philadelphia. Wilson, the wide receiver from the Jets. Kelsey, the tight end from Kansas City. Her flex guy is Christian Watson from Green Bay. She's got Dallas and the Ravens defense. She's got Zerline as a kicker. And then some of her backup, Lummy, is Al Geyer out of Atlanta as a backup running back.
Yeah, Tyler Algier.
Bates as a backup kicker in Detroit. And there was another guy that had a little bit of rating, but I like picking kickers that kick indoors.
Wait. She has 2 or 3 kickers?
Just two kickers.
2 kickers.
That's probably too many to draft.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like a solid draft strategy is to go no kicker and wait until right before and then waive him and then try to get that guy back. Anyways, go ahead.
All right, she's a girl, and this is the first time she's ever done it.
It's a girl.
She's got the what is it? The tight end from Pittsburgh.
Pat Fryermuth?
Yeah.
So she has 2 tight ends, 2 kickers, and 2 defenses.
Yeah, because they have bye weeks.
Bubba doesn't need the waiver wire, okay, babyface?
She's got Mooney from.
Yeah, he told you to be honest, not critical, Brian.
Dude, this is it's literally the worst draft strategy I've ever heard.
Oh my God.
I'm going to be honest.
She's got Mooney as wide receiver. She's got Deshaun Watson as backup quarterback.
2 quarterbacks, too. That's rich, man.
She's got Wilson from Arizona as a wide receiver, and she's got the Ravens defense. It's always my understanding, Brian, that you have to get a defense, a quarter. You have to see what weeks are their bye weeks, and if you're kicker, you got to get a kicker that doesn't have the same bye week as your starting kicker.
No, you're not locked in with the same team the entire season, Bubba. You can make moves. So it's something called the waiver wire. So every week, depending on the league settings, there's different ways that the waivers are set up, but you can switch out players. You're not stuck with them the whole season.
The only thing is you make sure you don't dump your good players.
Yeah.
Dump your guys that are maybe
your
either on
second
a bye.
or third
Lummi,
kicker.
is it really that bad? Is it really that bad of a draft, Lummi?
Be honest. Do not be Lummi.
So hold on.
right
You're
now.
going to tell me
What's Ashley's team?
Hold on. You're not going to tell me that Rodgers isn't a good starting quarterback.
He didn't play at all last year.
I know, but he.
What round did she draft him? See, the order matters. I mean, if you got Rodgers in the 12th round, that's one thing. But if you picked up Rodgers in the 5th round, you screwed up.
How about the Walker guy from?
Was it the 5th?
told her
Did
to
I
take
nail
him
it?
first.
How about the Walker? How about the Walker guy from Seattle?
He could be in a bit of a share with Zach Charbonnet. We don't know how the splits are going to look in that, but it could be a very good pickup.
All right,
He
so
could be solid.
let's just go through the players. How about Jay Williams, running back from Denver?
Well, hearing it, I've got to imagine that she picked
Javonte.
She got
I think she got Brown first.
Brown and then Wilson, I would imagine, coming back. I think she went Brown, Wilson would be my guess. Then she went Walker, then Kelsey, then Walker, then she went Aaron Rodgers, would be my guess if I had to guess the 5 rounds that she picked, the first 5 rounds.
All right, so going right on down, how about the Walker kid from Philadelphia? Isn't he a stud?
You mean A.J. Brown?
I mean A.J. Brown. I'm sorry, A.J. Brown from the Philadelphia wide receiver.
No, he's a stud. The only issue, I can't say that's a bad pick at number 11. That's A.J. Brown at 11.
I think she might have taken him first.
Here's your best players: A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Travis Kelce. There's the strength of the team. Everything else could use a tweak or two.
How about the Dallas defense?
The defenses aren't. So you're better off streaming your defense and just picking up whatever the best matchup is available.
How about Zerline as my kicker?
Who cares?
That's good. Just Brian.
No, but I mean, we're going to be real about this. So
Young
next
Jeezy.
year, so kickers are interchangeable as well. Very few kickers are set and forget.
All right, so Watson and Rodgers are right there in the projected 16-point era. With Rodgers plays San Fran and Deshaun Watson plays Dallas. Who would you start?
I mean, first week, I'm probably starting Watson over Rodgers.
Oh, man, I'm not. I'm thinking Rodgers he's got a lot of pent-up. My Achilles is 100% frustration. I think he's going to be just lights out.
San Fran plays pretty good defense.
Yeah,
and then I got Wilson as a wide receiver. That's double trouble every time he throws to him.
Yep.
Okay, you guys can make fun of me all you want.
I'm not making fun of you. I
obviously don't know the new way of the way fantasy is dealt, because when I did it back in the day, you had to pick. You had to take in consideration for guys. So you picked 2 kickers because one guy was in bye week 7 and one guy's in bye week 12. So you picked 2 defensives, 2 kickers. I guess that's the way now. You just load up on all these good players and then just go and pick a kicker, day before that's on waiver wires and, hope the guy, puts in a couple.
Well, so how many teams are in this league, Lummy?
12.
Okay,
teams.
so most likely the most amount of kickers that should be taken up any week is 15. If somebody is rostering 2, then so the 16th best kicker isn't necessarily the 16th best kicker for that week when you're having to stream a kicker, right? So that's the mindset.
I guess I don't quite understand, how this is done. So that's really going to really make us look great.
Well, no, you guys can still do well. Yeah. I mean, you don't win.
Watch me, let me win with my team this week.
You probably will,
bitches.
Yeah, you're playing. Who are you playing this week?
I don't know.
The waiver wire matters, though. I will tell you this, Bubba. Don't think that this roster that you've put together, which is not a bad roster,
now does
but
the
don't
waiver
think it's going to be good all season.
Does the waiver go by who's got the worst record?
It depends on the league settings. Some leagues have open waivers. Some leagues have where you can bid and pay money to get.
I think they're open waivers.
If it's open,
what's open waivers?
That means you can pick them up in the middle of the week. You can pick them up in the middle of a game.
Yeah, but who gets first rights?
It's first dibs. The first one in is open waivers. There is no waiver order unless a player's been waived.
To sit here and monitor nonstop with a waiver wire. God, it sounds like
you have time to watch Warsaw football on Friday night. You have time to look at the waiver wire.
Well, Bubba, you got to think. I mean, you got the Diaco wives in there. I mean, they're not going to be monitoring the waiver wires.
Yeah. Maybe you or Seth or somebody can help me a little bit.
I'm going to say right now, Heather Wiz is winning, or Ashley are winning this league.
Have you seen their teams?
No, but I just know that they will pay attention.
Can I hear? Do you have Ashley's team, Lummy?
I don't have her bench, but I have her starters.
All right, go ahead.
Hurts, Jonathan Taylor, Williams from the Rams, London, Ridley, Mark Andrews, Jay Smith. I don't know how to say his last name.
By the way, she was Ashley had the highest rated team.
Yeah, it sounds pretty solid.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith in Jigba is his name.
Thank you.
Jigba. Who you hanging out with tonight, Seth? Jigba?
Jackson Smith and Jigba?
It's my boy. We're going to go pick avocados together, me and old Jiggy. Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Gene calling in New York City. How are you, Bubba and the boys?
Hi, Gene. Thank you, buddy. What's going on?
Well, a couple things. I'm missing your food reviews, for one, Bubba. I've been missing those on the YouTube channel. I'm not sure what's happening.
You know what's happened is I've gotten so busy. Like today, I got a meeting with Tom Bean over some business at 10:30, so I'm sending Maria Guatemala and the Merch Crick to do two girls and one pup deal. So I will have a food review up for today. But I have gotten, I was on vacation out of town. I got to get back into that because a lot of people watch. I mean, they do well. A lot of people who don't even watch the show will specifically go watch the food reviews. So
it's not even about it's about like your interactions with the staff and everything, and the stickers, and you give them the stickers, and we all we love it. You beef out and everything.
And I actually got my window fixed now on the Crown Vic, thanks to my good friend Terry from Terry's Automotive. So I have no excuse.
What happened to the dually, by the way? What happened to the dually? I remember you used to have the dually, and that was an issue when you're going through the drive-thru.
That wasn't my truck. That was Merch Crick's truck, and she sold it because we don't need 2 trucks. I got an F-150. It's my primary vehicle, and we didn't need.
Is that a dually? Is the F-150 a dually?
No, it's just a regular.
Is this guy a Canadian or a Uper?
I'm pretty sure I know who this is.
Because I don't think this guy's from New York.
So anyway, it doesn't matter where this guy's from. What can I do for you, sir? Other than
he's from New York.
I need to start doing food reviews again, which I'm going to. Starting next week, I'll get a food review in for you. I do have a food review that's going to be done today. Merch Crick and Maria Guatemala are going to go do one. Merch Crick's going to edit it and get it put up, and then tell Rhett when it's uploaded so he can go put his magic on it. So there will be one up for today, and then starting next week.
But I'm interested in the ones that you do.
I know, and I told you that I'll do one next week.
That sounds great.
Next Thursday.
I'm watching on Rumble as well, and you got to settle a bet here because my friend said you got the hashtag Howard Stern and @Howard Stern on there, and my friend's like, well, that's kind of sad, but I was like, no, he's probably having someone from the show on or discussing something. That's why he has the hashtag, right?
No, I think that a lot of times we get associated with Howard, And so we always, and we obviously, worked for Howard. We worked for Howard.
That is kind of sad. So he's right. It is kind of pathetic.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, whatever. I mean, if my show is pathetic based on a hashtag, then I think that you really don't like the show. If you're going to be that much of a...
The guy's clamoring
No,
for
I
food
like
reviews.
it. I'm on your side. I said that I didn't think it was. It was my friend who said it, and now I feel bad because I have to go back to him and say, well, you're right.
No, it's great. You can say you're right.
Thing.
Bubba's pathetic, and so is he, quite frankly, to make something that menial mean something. I mean, what type of life?
I'm excited about the movie.
Excited
about the movie.
All right, I'm excited about letting you go, buddy, and I'm excited about going.
It's so funny how quickly you can turn on someone.
Send us the link
Brian,
once the episode's out.
Brian.
Yes, sir.
I placated him and was nice to him through all of his gotcha moments. And then when he just started drilling down, I could tell that he was just trying to hear himself on the radio because he's a troll. At that point, I'm not going to let you just continue to browbeat me. I'm just not.
That guy wasn't a real fan?
No, he's a dick.
Oh, I thought he really liked the food review.
No, he's trying to get... Can somebody help me out here? I mean, can somebody...
I don't know that guy.
What am I missing? I'm sorry, Bubba, don't get mad at me. I'm an idiot.
Red, I think, said they review Bubba's food review.
Wait, they do a food review?
I'm pretty sure those guys are just looking for more content for their own show.
And
they put out clips all the time of them watching Bubba's stuff and calling him a creep and all that.
When he's trying to catch me on a...
Is that profitable for them?
When he
when
tries
people watch it and talk about it, it is.
When he tries to catch me on the, oh my God, there's a guy in Rumble that I got a bet with that says you're pathetic by using the hashtag Howard Stern. That's a guy being a dick.
He's just being facetious, Bubba. He just wanted to hear you say it.
All right. Well, I said it. Goodbye.
I'm sorry. I really thought the dude liked the food reviews. I do.
He does. He's a mark, but he also is trying to be a dick. Marks can be dicks.
He needs content for his next
there's
show.
no content on their show without food reviews.
Exactly. I'm going to get right. You know what, sir? I'm going to get right to it next week so that you can have some content for your pathetic ass channel. Okay? This week you're going to have two chicks with their jugs plunged to the sky, but you probably don't like that. My friend, you want me, and I'll give you me next week where you can break down and call me fat and stupid and pathetic and that I use, you know what makes me pathetic? Not my skill set, but the fact that I used Howard Stern as a hashtag. Really? You're breaking it down that much, buddy? And you know what you're probably going to do is you're probably going to break down this monologue in itself in your pathetic little show. You little bitch. Other than that, thanks for listening.
Call back anytime.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I didn't know that there was somebody doing a food review. That's awesome, Bubba. You got people that are making content off your content.
Number one. And they call the show and you co-sign with them, motherfucker. That's great.
I thought he was a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Look, man, I got damned, okay? I got taken. Bamboozled, if you will. By a real modern-day charlatan. How you doing up there, Seth?
I'm doing good. What the fuck do you want?
Want to see if you got any, if you bought any good cards lately?
No. I don't think so. Nothing outside of those Wembies that I got coming. Do you want to hear my squad from last night?
Yeah, I want to hear your draft. I'll tell you mine.
Alright, this is 12 team, two flex. Zay Flowers, Zach Moss, Travis Kelce, DJ Moore, Devontae Adams, Bijan Robinson, David Montgomery, Aaron Rodgers, Caleb Williams.
It's pretty good.
Last night I waited too. The last round with my quarterback, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. In the 15th.
Yeah, it was a 50. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
So here's mine. This is a 10-man league. High points for quarterback, though. Pat Mahomes, Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, Christian McCaffrey, Joe Mixon, Dalton Kincaid, T. Higgins, Brian Robinson Jr., Deontay Johnson, Tony Pollard, Jaden Reed, Ty J. Spears, Brian Thomas Jr., Lad McConkey.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't have a kicker yet. I did pick up Pittsburgh's defense was still available in the last round. I'm like, well, I'll take Pittsburgh's defense. They're a top 7 team all year, so. My new strategy, though, is typically not picking a kicker or a defense and just taking 2, especially if the draft's 2 weeks before the season. Taking 2 guys and just seeing what can happen.
Fuck that. My draft picked Miles Sanders over a kicker.
I was wrong. I got like the last 2 quarterbacks, last 2 rounds. I got Purdy first.
Oh, it disappeared.
I got Purdy first. It was the 14th round, and then the 15th. I was like, well, I was going to go back up just in case he got some big games.
You got Chase at 8. That's pretty solid.
Jamar?
People kept passing him up.
I know.
I don't care if he's off one day. He's coming back. He doesn't need training camp.
What up, Hoss? What up, 305? I had 1-5 last night.
I didn't want Swift. They take it from my queue. We're out of time. But
Nobody cares.
It could be okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Nobody cares.
I really like Godwin at 88. I can't believe he was available. Portland Sutton at 108. I mean, that's nuts.
I was starting to wonder if people were getting hurt that I didn't know about.
I mean, you did take a kicker in the 10th and a defense in the 12th, but I'll forgive you.
Yeah, I know. But I was at the time where I was just like,
oh shit, happy birthday, Berto.
My quarterbacks were still sitting there.
Right. So in that league that I just did, where I have McCaffrey, Evans, Metcalf, Mahomes. The scoring is so that quarterbacks score about 500 to 580 points a season. It's because the idea is that every roster spot scores, a quarterback scores the same as the receivers combined, as the running backs combined. So there's an emphasis on QB, and passing touchdowns are worth the same as rushing touchdowns. So I went with Mahomes because he's absolutely the most steady guy.
What up, Mitch?
I played in a league last year, which I didn't like at all. But I got in because we got talking.
But see, these other leagues.
2 quarterbacks.
Oh, it's a 2 QB league that you have?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, not this one.
Oh.
The one I was in last year, which I didn't really like, but they changed it this year. But last year they had 2 QBs, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. They had no flags.
Yeah, the 2 QB thing makes it tough.
What up, Alan Bowling?
Especially with injuries and everything.
Well, then because those are the highest ranked, so then if it's wide receivers, you want to get it's a QB league. But those ones start going quick. So if you stick to your normal drafting, they won't work.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't take flyers on.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
If you're part of or going to be part of our Orlando Content House and the meet and greet that Saturday night on the 15th of November in the Davenport area, maybe you're flying in, maybe you're just somebody that lives close by and like to join us. I mean, I'm thinking like we're going to probably get to the venue, like maybe call it 8 o'clock, something like 7 o'clock, something like that. Seth, what did you have in mind?
Like 4?
I think, Bubba, we arrive at like 6:30 because there's usually a 7 o'clock big college football game on.
Right.
Yeah, I was thinking, 7 o'clock would be with that football game on that day.
If you plan on joining us, which we hope you do, email us Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
And Seth and I think we found the venue.
You think you did?
Yeah.
Babyface Lummy again. Babyface pulls it in from the lesbians. Another 50 from Scout and Big Go.
Love you, girls. Be safe out there. And a happy 43rd birthday to Berto Perez.
Happy. By the way, I missed my good friend's Dion's birthday yesterday.
Oh no.
So when you miss a friend's birthday, do you come back with a happy late birthday?
No, God, no.
No, you don't.
Those are just, those are the worst texts on earth. Happy belated.
Yeah.
I mean, just send me a middle finger emoji.
So just
we're adults. Like, it's not that big of a deal if you,
right,
you know.
I don't think just saying, "Hey, buddy, got caught up yesterday. I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Thinking about you. Good luck this week." I don't think there would be anything wrong with that text. I don't think it would be frowned upon or looked down on.
Play Nebraska this week.
Yeah,
at Nebraska.
He's got enough going on.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough game.
Yeah, they're saying Nebraska, since they got the ass bucket, Frost out of there?
Yes.
Wasn't he the guy from UCF that was supposed to be all-world?
Yes.
Was a former quarterback and captain for Nebraska, went on to UCF, really took its program, really did
to the next level.
They won the national championship with him, didn't they?
Well, a fake one, but yes.
But, I mean, did a really good job. I mean, nobody would ever debate. Was it Scott Frost? Is that his name?
Scott Frost, you nailed it.
Nobody would ever debate what he did in UCF as anything short of just absolutely brilliant.
He made Blake Bortles a stud.
So
that is true.
Anyway, and then he goes on, and he's from Nebraska, so they're like, man, we got to get this. It writes itself. Former player, former quarterback, goes on to be a really good college football coach, takes a little-known program. I guess UCF, they didn't have Schelkenberger or whatever for a little bit.
They had George O'Leary.
That's right, George O'Leary.
And then he killed a player.
Schnellenberger was FAU.
George O'Leary guy, he was actually the Notre Dame coach for one day.
Yep, and then they found out he faked his whole resume.
He didn't fake his whole resume. I think he just faked like two things on it. And then Notre Dame was like, nope, you're out of here. Then UCF picked him up, and UCF dabbled around. They were good. They were a 6-win.
O'Leary had an 0 season with them.
Did he?
Yeah, he went 0-12.
But
when he took over the program is when he had his 0-12.
That was like his second year in.
So anyway, I think Frost rolls up in here and just straight pimps it. Just like USF hasn't been anything since Levy left. Or was Levitt since Levitt left?
Well, we had a hot minute with Willie Taggart and Quentin Flowers that they were okay in 2016, 2017.
11-2.
I mean, 11-2. That's nothing to thumb your nose at.
Yeah, but I mean,
beat South Carolina in the bowl game.
We haven't had a program. Well, I think they won 6 games last year, didn't they?
They won 7. They won the bowl game. Shut out Syracuse 45-0 in the bowl game, and largest bowl game shutout in bowl game history.
Thank you.
There you go.
So anyway, Deion plays Nebraska. Frost just got fired. Last year?
Yes, they got Matt Rule now.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
That's a good score.
Have you seen the quarterback for Nebraska?
No.
You have not seen him. You have not. The kid looks exactly like Patrick Mahomes. Have you seen it, Lummy?
Yes, I'm trying to look it up real
Even
quick.
the way he throws the ball, right?
I mean, does he do all the trickery too?
He looks. It's Dylan Raiola.
Yes.
Freshman.
I'm sending Bubba pictures first.
A freshman?
Yes.
Starter?
Yes. I think he was just Big Ten Player of the Week or something.
238 yards, 2 touchdowns against UTEP.
That's him, Bubba, at the top, the second picture up there.
Right here?
Yeah.
He kind of does look like Patrick Mahomes. Does he play like Patrick Mahomes?
He did last week against UTEP.
He wears number 15, too.
Yeah. Lummy, I think the line on that is, I think Colorado is a dog on that.
Oh, they got to be a dog.
Yeah, they're a dog.
Probably 7-8 points would be my guess.
I think it opened up at 7.
That would be. I'm just guessing too.
Did all of us watch the Colorado game? I think we all did because it was the only thing going on Thursday.
Yep.
We didn't have to work on Friday.
Joe Horn, former USF Bull. He looks like a star too.
We'll go with Jimmy Horn Jr. rather than calling him Joe Horn.
Yeah.
We'll go with his actual name.
Is he really? Is he a former USF Bull?
Yeah, he was here last year.
They took 2 wide receivers from USF last year. If they had kept
Jimmy Horn,
they didn't just have that. They had Brian Battie, who was at Auburn. They had Jimmy Horn Jr. and they had Xavier. But
he. 3 wide receivers that they just couldn't afford to keep.
Yeah, they couldn't afford to keep.
Can't afford to keep when you're supposed to play. You're not supposed to even be getting paid in college football. But now, man, you can be lured away because if it's all about NIL, right?
Yep, it's all about that money.
I mean, can literally Colorado go to a Jimmy Horn and say, hey, we got
Xavier Weaver.
$1 million in NIL money for you.
That's exactly what they did.
That's exactly what they did. And Jimmy Horn said, deuces, USF.
Deuces. Because I don't know that does USF participate in the NIL?
They actually have one of the better ones in the American Athletic Conference, but they are nowhere near the level of these major programs.
Now, have the guys that they can afford to pay are like the fringe second and third string guys on really good teams,
or one
really good
quarterback
programs.
like Byron Brown.
Yeah.
You know, they put all their eggs in that basket. But if he has a good year this year, he's gone next year. He'll be at Florida State or Florida because they both have ass buckets for quarterbacks.
Are they ever going to this NIL deal? Are they ever going to put a cap on it, or is it just going to be the Wild West? I mean, like, it seems like it. What is it? Texas A&M because of all the oil money, Lummy? But like, isn't there a couple of Alabama? Like, there's a couple that have an unlimited budget.
Ohio State, Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma.
Like, Lummy, do they have numbers? Are they 60 million, 80 million, 100 million?
I'm trying to get what they are for this year.
I mean, like, to me, that does not. It takes the parity away from college football, and now it's a paid league, right? And I don't know that the NCAA has any rules on what your NIL cap number can be.
Well, so revenue sharing may be coming, and if revenue sharing happens, then the NIL is going to become a little less important.
I think they should take all the NIL money that a team gets, okay, and then they should split it up evenly amongst all 80. How many scholarships? Isn't it 86?
No, they're up to 105 now. That's the other thing that's going to kill college football is teams can just stockpile all the players.
All right, so you divide the total NIL money 105 ways, and so everybody gets the same amount.
Yeah, but you start running into Title IX problems with that.
What's that?
That's because if the school's involved in it, that's that you have to have gender equality.
Oh, so at that point, the girls' swim team needs to get their cut too?
They need to get cut in, yeah.
I'm sorry nobody's wanting to give any NIL number to the girls' swim team.
Yeah, well.
Let me. Do you have a list of NIL schools?
This is college football's top 50 programs ranked by the NIL efforts. And it has number one is, which doesn't make sense, but Oregon at $969 million.
So $1 billion.
No.
This is the effort for all. I think it's for all the.
I think that's total revenue and everything. The NILs are in the 20s.
No, I know.
The higher ones.
20 million?
Yeah, Texas at 22 million, Ohio State at 20 million, LSU around 20 million.
Meaning total money they bring in NIL that through and however many, it's probably divided at best amongst 10 players. I don't know, right? I mean the long snapper isn't getting nothing, right?
Yeah, it's how do you want to? So yeah,
your quarterback might be pulling down 3, 4, 5. I mean, what's Shador making? Aren't they saying Shador's making like 6?
They have Colorado at 5.3 million, which seems low to me.
That's probably Shador's money alone.
I think Shador makes more than that. That's what doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either.
Shador's got deals with. He just signed a deal with Nike to continue his dad's shoe legacy on.
Aren't there deals with the school where the school has money and where you could go to just the outside corporations where just like, Beats with Drake and go to Shador and be like, hey, here's $5 million. That doesn't go to like Colorado's bottom line or anything, right?
So you have the NIL collective. That is coordinated with the school, and there's rules on the way that NIL collective can coordinate with the school. But what you're saying is true, Seth, that those direct deals do not have to go through the NIL
like
collective
when Brady signed Shador to the TB12 deal, that was probably just between Brady and Shador.
Yeah, because right now Shador's only getting out the NIL through the college $4.7 million.
Only
where he's
through
getting
the college.
Yes, and then he's getting obviously more through Nike.
Well, he's got a Louis Vuitton deal. He's got a Nike deal.
Is it Rolex? Whatever watch he shows.
He's got some type of Rolex deal. He's got a TB12 deal. Hello, who's this?
Hello.
Hello.
It's Maria.
Oh, Maria Guatemala. I heard that you don't feel well and you're taking a sick day. Eric, the Merch Crick already told me that you would not be able to do a food review today because you're sick.
Yes, that's right. I'm home.
You're home.
What do you have?
I have a wisdom tooth that's giving me problems, but the dentist yesterday said she can't remove it. I got to go with an oral surgeon.
Oh.
And she gave me some pain pills and antibiotics, but I was in so much pain last night that I couldn't go to sleep until like 3 in the morning. And we get up at 4 to go to work.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you going to work today?
Me, I'm not.
No.
No Name Bully probably gave her the day off.
Yeah, you should. You should. So now when do you get that thing cut out?
I'm sorry?
When do you get your wisdom teeth removed?
I got to find an oral surgeon because the one that they refer me to, my insurance is not. He doesn't take my insurance, so I got to find another one.
Oh, so okay.
What about Dr. McSherry? Could we send her over to him?
No, I don't think regular dentists do that kind of deal. They sub like crowns.
Maybe you could do it like a one-off.
I don't know.
No, thank you.
Yeah, she find her own.
Can we have the tooth once it gets taken out?
Dr. Diaco do it. It's not that hard. It's dentists. So I'm sure Dr. Diaco looks down on dentists. So
he does.
There you go.
All right, Maria. Well, thank you for the heads up, and I hope that you get that thing carved out of your head fast. Okay, and it doesn't affect your cleavage.
Oh no, that's fine.
Thank you, Maria.
No problem there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Bye now. Yeah, back to Brian calling me a sexual savage, if you will, borderline.
Well, you
caveman.
imagine to take an infected tooth and make it about boobs. So,
well, I mean, when you think of Maria, what do you think of?
A wonderful lady, a big fan of the show,
right?
Somebody who cares about you immensely, a good person,
someone who got into this country legally. Hell yeah!
Hello.
Yeah, she married her way in.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. How are you, sir?
Good.
Hey, just wanted to say thanks, man. I called in a while ago, and you guys hooked me up with some Eric Andre tickets.
Right.
So I just wanted to take. I know it's a long time ago. I just wanted to take the chance to say thanks.
You're welcome, sir.
Brian bought those. Brian bought 8 tickets for the show, and then he had to buy 8 tickets so he could get in that night. Did you enjoy all the dongs you saw that night, sir?
Yeah, it was kind of weird, man. It was a little bit different of a show. I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting. Hold on, I'm with you, buddy. I was part of the show, and I had no idea what the hell was going on.
Nobody did. Only Brian knew it was coming.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think Babyface set us up for something, man. I'm not real sure what that's about.
But I think with and I'm not trying to put myself over, but I think not knowing what he was going to do and not knowing really much about the whole Eric Andre stuff, I think I did okay. I think I did okay.
Yeah, I think it worked out good, Bubba. It was cool. The whole ticket process went very smooth with Lummy, so thanks to him for that. Had a good time. Like I said, it was just something I wasn't expecting. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's wild.
It was great though. I mean,
it was different.
So,
go ahead, Seth.
Sorry, I was going to say I didn't know what to expect at all, and then once it just started, it was just a nonstop roller coaster of dongs, of throwing things, of just
food fights,
food. Yeah, and it was just I loved it, man.
You know, eating stupid stuff, just me proposing to Erica, just all kinds of things.
Yeah, it was interesting for sure. Hey, one last thing, Bubba, then I'll let you go. Is any way we could play back some of you mentioned Dion this morning? Any of the prime looking for white bitches? Do you remember all that stuff back in the day? I'm sure you do, man. When you had Dion on back in the day, looking for a place to fish in a fishing pond. There's all kinds of good stuff from back in the day with Dion.
I'm sure the boys might be able to go back and find some old Dion stuff. But we'll certainly keep our on the lookout for some of that stuff. Dion may not want broadcast. I mean, Dion ran.
That's what we try to avoid.
Dion ran a lot looser back then when he was, playing for the Reds and hanging out with me in '96 or '94, I should say. So Dion may not want that on the air. So we have to be somewhat.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We have to be mindful of that.
We're gonna get Dion Tucker Carlson now.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, my bad, man.
Jeez, these trolls, man.
Appreciate you. But here's the thing, Brian. If I was to put up
we can't find those, Bubba, that's the only
some
problem.
94 Dion stuff, and he's like, Sponge, I need a place to fish, and I need some bitches.
Yeah, then Matt Rule's going to be playing that for, his team that week, getting everybody all pumped up.
Right.
Dion's a false prophet.
Right, and we get looped in. The next thing you know, Dion, I'm on the,
It's over. Then Shador's flashing us his watch.
I think it actually makes Dion the prophet that he is, to show that he put away his evil fishing and white bitches ways, and now he's on the straight and narrow. Thanks to Jesus Christ.
I was looking at our X. There's some interesting things on our X. It's a very good follow.
Brian found this for us yesterday.
Thank you, Brian, for finding this for us.
Who?
Is this the guy?
And this is the guy that's on the subway that decides.
Yeah, Brian sent it to me so I could repost it.
Yeah, Lummy, we weren't.
Is this guy masturbating on the subway?
Yeah. Lummy, come on, we didn't find it.
I know, Brian did. He sent it to me.
We can show it because it doesn't show. He does not expose any sexual organ at all. So he could be literally scratching his testicles, or maybe he has a rash on his leg or something like that. You don't know what the guy's necessarily doing.
Well, yeah.
I'm just trying to give
rash.
Seth, do you want to have a show tomorrow?
I have rashes, Bubba.
Okay.
They're hands off the rash.
Can we please, will you please dance with me by saying that this guy indeed could be feverishly rubbing his rash?
This guy needs some Silverdine for his rash.
Right. So that's what I'm going with here.
Yes.
So this is on our Twitter /X. It's a really good follow. It's at the Bubba Army. Follow us. And this is the sort of things that we navigate through the internet to find the good stuff that you would like to see. Okay? So that you don't have to.
Like this.
Like this. Now, and here's the deal. If you're, Brian, if you're on the subway and this guy's doing this.
Yeah. I'm just turning around and walking the other way. That's the way I handle my life.
I would say something.
Well, and that's why I'm never going to get shot on the subway in New York.
Well, look at the chick, though. She's just kind of sitting there like nothing's going on.
And he's looking at the floor too. Like he doesn't even need any inspiration.
No inspiration to feverishly scratch your rash.
Looks like Merch Crick's sister sitting next to him there.
Jesus. looks like he just scratched his rash with 2 fingers, Bubba.
Yeah, I don't think he's got an overly big rash, to be honest with you. I think it's a little bit of a spotty, rash.
Can I just say respectfully, is this New York?
Yes.
This is what happens when you live there. I mean, this is just what you got to put up with.
You just turn around and you go walk the other way.
This is just another day for that lady.
It's the reason why nobody makes eye contact in New York.
Or let's be honest, you videotape it and it goes viral.
Yes.
And you make, I don't know, $2,000 or $3,000 on it. I mean, the person that filmed this, Lummy, this is very viral. And
he's up close too.
Yeah, I mean, you would make a lot if you owned this content and it didn't get flagged for, being obscene. And Lummy, is it labeled masturbation or rash scratching? It probably might, how it's labeled.
I'm pretty sure it was just labeled he had an itch.
Now, is he done? Is he done?
He hasn't wiped his hand on the pole yet, so no.
Is there any chance this is fake? Because the way the guy's filming.
I don't think so.
All right. That guy has his eyes closed.
This guy just had a rough day on Wall Street. He's dealing with the Biden market. He's driving home from work. And sometimes you just got to, if they had masturbation rooms on trains like I've been asking for years, then this wouldn't be an issue.
We're not looking for a third bathroom. We're looking for masturbation rooms on trains.
Exactly.
I mean, scratching
rash rooms.
By the way, don't forget, if you want to join us in Orlando, Saturday night for the meet and greet, email us Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Macho has 2 of them up if you want to listen to them before he puts them in rotation.
What do you mean?
He made those 2 O-Town House.
I'd rather just. Can I play them?
Yeah, they're yellow and blue.
Right, hold on here. Let me go ahead and play them here.
The Orlando Content House Shindig, happening November 15th and 16th. If you're dumb enough to come, email us Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night. Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com. If you drive a Cybertruck, you will be shot on sight. Your transport looks like a dumpster filled with batteries. It's very dangerous to others with its wedge...
Man, he just...
Mach gets the strap.
Mach has just a lot of issues.
No, he doesn't.
He's
man.
cake-bladed front end. You are not saving the environment. EVs use rare earth metals. Mining them actually causes...
Using my airwaves for his propaganda.
It's not propaganda. He has three things that he's very passionate about: electric vehicles, electronic music, and global warming.
More
And
damage
that's
to the
it.
environment and uses more fossil fuels to manufacture them than an average car. Speaking of fossil fuels, where do you think the electricity to charge those batteries in your glorified golf cart comes
Listen,
from?
I just want you to email me, Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com. I don't need the electric car tutorial. Cybertrucks are junk tutorial.
Douche. You are just a big douche if you drive an electric vehicle. Thank you, that is all. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
That is great.
The Orlando Content House Shindig, happening November 15th and 16th. If you're dumb enough to come, email us, Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night, Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com. The BTLS show now returns.
First one, every time.
No, we're going to sprinkle them every other time.
Can we call Dan and play him that over the phone, or do we have to wait till tomorrow?
No, we're not.
Oh, Dan's in tomorrow?
It's Friday.
It's Friday. Hello, who's this?
Bubba the Love Sponge, it's Joe the Supermarket.
Yes, Joe. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you for asking. I just wanted to alleviate your brain a little bit. Dion's birthday was on August 9th, and you already wished him a happy birthday. I texted, that was the day you had Brett Favre on.
Oh, okay.
And I texted, allowed me to let you know, and you wished him a happy birthday, so it's all good.
All right, so the stuff I saw yesterday on the internet was just old stuff.
Yep.
All right, man. Joe, thank you for saving the day. Appreciate you.
Awesome. God bless.
You'd be sending a happy belated text a month late.
That would have been hilarious.
I would have been so stupid.
Joe with the save.
For real. It kills me to say this, but Joe with the save.
Why would it kill you to say that? He's a good dude.
He is a very good dude. I'm going to go ahead and close out our Twitter when we come back, and then we're going to get into the Charles Barkley talking about Cheryl Swoops type of deal. I don't understand. And by the way, Caitlin Clark set a new NBA rookie record last night by having her second triple-double. It's a new record. I don't know. Listen, you can say that it's not, and maybe a lot of people don't have the balls to say it, but this is a race thing. This is African American women, or even African American men. I don't think you can say even African American men, because you got guys like Shaq and Charles Barkley and Stephen A. Smith that are sticking up for Caitlin Clark. But this is like African American women that just cannot wrap their heads around a white girl being as good and getting as much attention as Caitlin is getting, and is absolutely changing the game of women's basketball. And nobody to this day that's been drafted, from Cheryl Swoops, from one of the earlier pioneers of WNBA, to Caitlin Clark and everybody in between, nobody has even come close to having the effect that Caitlin Clark has had. I'm talking about selling out arenas. I'm talking about, 250% increases in television viewership. I'm talking about merchandise. I mean, and these African American women continue just to dog her. And the common denominator is only one thing. She's white. They can't take that.
Robert Griffin III, who just got fired from ESPN, had a long tweet a week ago, and he said, because they had the Rookie of the Year power rankings, and they had Angel Reese at number 1, and he said that there's people at ESPN that are afraid to put a white person ahead of a black person because they're afraid of what other people might think.
That is a real. We have become a absolute embarrassment of a society, that you cannot put the best person as the winner. You have to be mindful of how a certain portion of our population is going to perceive you. You can no longer put the person most deserving of that award if it's a white person. That's what they're saying. Is that not what they're saying?
I think there's some race involved. I also think it's extreme jealousy. I think we know how women are, and I saw something again online last night about the reason why the WNBA never grew is because all of these women wanted to gatekeep it, and they only wanted the women that they were okay with to succeed.
Well, I watched the Hope Solo documentary, and this seems to be more of a woman issue than it is a race issue. Hold on. I'll explain the parallels to you as well.
How about we go into words and you come back with that?
Yeah.
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
This scenario.
I do too.
Or it's just fucking eating her away, that Caitlin Clark.
That's what it is, dude. These women they feel like they pay. So I'm spoiling the next segment and my position on it, so I'll keep my mouth shut for now.
Please do, thanks.
But Hope Solo kind of goes over it in her documentary that's on Netflix now.
Wasn't she married to Kellen Winslow Jr.?
No, Jeremy Stevens.
They still are married.
Oh, Jeremy Stevens. He was another scumbag, though.
Sure was.
Yeah, he was another fucking asshole that played for the Bucks.
What did he do?
I think he had some domestic. And I know he got popped for weed, which isn't a big deal, but I think there was definitely.
I was gonna say that's kind of.
No, I'm saying, but there was it was back when weed wasn't cool. Okay, 15 years ago, Brian.
So he was just a trailblazer.
He was. I think he got popped at West Shore. Yeah, is there a domestic? Are you googling him?
I'm looking him up now. But if it was domestic, it was with Hope, and they're still together, so it's all good.
Okay, well, Ray Rice is with his bitch.
Do you know where he went to high school? River Ridge in Washington.
Okay, what is that? Okay.
He met Hope in college.
All right, I'll be back. Let me know if he caught a domestic.
Violent crime. High school senior charged with felony assault. Tested positive for marijuana. Violated his terms of confinement. July 2000. Arrested and charged with rape.
Okay.
Who's this?
This is Jeremy Stevens, Hope Solo's husband.
So we good, Brian, with the rape?
No prosecution. Let's see here. 2011, arrested and charged with felony battery for punching 2 bouncers in a Tampa, Florida bar. And I want to know what happened in that situation. Bouncers in bars can be real
This
knuckleheads.
list is starting to gain steam, though.
November 2012, arrested on investigation of assault following an altercation that left his fiancée injured. Dropped the case for lack of evidence, and they got wed the day after his arrest. So I'm going to say no harm there. I was just reading. Thank you, Iggy. You're a legend as well, my friend. We should have you as security with Tuttle and Colton at the content house. Good morning, Jesse St. John. Big Buck, how you doing, you mountain of a man? Good morning, my ex lives in a storage shed.
Yesterday? Is he back there? He's not. Well, I'm glad he's not dead. I choked out the duck yesterday, giving him some bread from the fridge.
XXL Gaming. Bread is like one of the worst things you can give to a duck.
Well, we could tell because it was choking for like 3 minutes.
We just stood there and watched.
Well, what do you want us to do? Give it a Heimlich?
I thought you know animals, man. You were just like.
Did he die?
No.
You're lonely Irvin around here. He almost did.
He threw whole pieces of bread, like slices of bread.
Listen, it was a cute little duck. It was outside the gate. I kicked a rock, and then it went up to the rock like it was food, so I felt bad. Then the duck snuck under the gate, came up to us, so I went and got some bread. Then it started choking on the bread.
Well, did you give him a whole slice of bread? Or
I gave him a whole bun.
Did you tape any of this?
He threw a whole bun to a duck.
No, it was before. We were just
You got to take a bun and cut it like 3 or 4 pieces.
Yeah, you rip it in pieces. You don't throw
You can't go a whole
I just
bun.
threw it like a frisbee.
Of course he's starving. He's going to try and eat it.
Well, why is he starving?
He's starving and he has to try to eat it all because
he can't just take an avocado off a sidewalk and eat it whenever he wants, like
Steal
you.
one from the neighbor.
Yeah.
Let me call PETA. We got other issues.
Yeah. Thank the duck killer.
The Orlando Content House Shindig, happening November 15th and 16th. If you're dumb enough to come, email us, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. The BTLS show now returns.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's been a huge day today. Super Fat Bubba Light comes out with 500. Scout and Big Gulp have been in the hundreds.
Captain Creamsicle 500.
Captain Creamsicle's been 5. Buck's been well over 200, 300, 400. Big Buck from Charleston just laid down 100 for Macho Man for the strap. I don't think Macho Man wants to hold the strap all day, to be honest with you. I think the strap's becoming less and less of a coveted thing, except for Dan.
Well, didn't we come up with it? We're going to put a little icon in the corner of whoever's holding the strap?
Yeah, that's true. That makes the strap less cumbersome.
Yeah, and then people will actually want it. Like I got it one time, and I made sure I lost it in 5 minutes because I was like, I'm not holding this thing the whole show.
Right. It is such a pain in the ass. So yes, Red or somebody, if you can come up with a little strap icon, a little Bubba Army strap icon, let me know when that's available or completed. I don't expect it to be done, right now, but let me soon. That way we can start giving out the strap again.
Yeah.
One person that really wants to hold it is Dan.
The trades.
Well, you should actually make Dan hold the physical strap since he drives a cyber car.
Well, I don't know why everybody is really, really dog. Everybody was really quite aggressive on Dan's Cybertruck.
It was a cool truck when I drew it in 1984 in my Trapper Keeper.
When you were drawing, Lego-looking trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Seth and I both rode in it, and it's unbelievably quick. And yes, Macho Man, I know your car will do 202 miles an hour and it'll only do 112, but 0 to 60, I got to think that the Dan Cybertruck.
We're the same. I checked. With launch control on, I'm 3.4 seconds.
Okay.
And it's 208.
Fantastic. Let me getting back to our X, closing that out, then going over to the Caitlin Clark, Charles Barkley, Cheryl Swoops, Stephen A. Smith, all that craziness, and then maybe throw in a Hope. So is it Hope Solo?
Yeah, Hope Solo.
You said that you might have some information with regards to this Caitlin Clark stuff based on Hope's documentary that you watched.
Bitches be hating.
Did you see where Georgia's lieutenant governor wants? I love this. I absolutely love this. Wants to pay teachers $10,000 a year to carry guns at school. I think there are probably within every school, elementary, middle, and high school, I think that there is a percentage of men, maybe women, that are proficient, that are probably licensed gun holders, permitted. They have a gun permit where they can carry, conceal carry. Some states are open carry. I don't know or what do they call that? Constitutional carry or something like that, where you don't have to be permitted, but you can have a gun concealed on you in certain situations. But you can't walk into like a sporting event or there's some rules to it. So, within. What's the average school have? I guess it probably depends on your enrollment, but the average school has quite a bit of teachers. And not everybody gets $10,000 for carrying a gun. You have to, run them through a very, very extensive training process. But if they were properly vetted, properly trained, I think that would be a great idea.
Teachers are going to be fighting for that $10,000? You're going to have shoot-offs at the showdown at the cafeteria.
It could be but it could be very well where you can only each school can only have like maybe 6 teachers, and there's 14 that qualify. Well, you take them to the range and you see who's got the best. I mean, you can score it. You see who's got the best shot, right? I mean, at the end of the day, Brian, there is a way to determine who's a better shot, right?
Yeah.
So each school says, hey, if you're a teacher and you're interested in carrying a gun to school, there's going to be a very extensive background check. There's going to be a very extensive mental, check, and then we're going to have, a marksmanship / accuracy check. And each school, if it's government funded or state funded, probably has a balance, some type of budget where you can only allow a certain amount of guns probably per kids. And I think it's awful. I think there would probably be a percentage of school shooters that do way less damage because a teacher smoked them and took them out. Yesterday we had a school shooting in Georgia. What is it? I think as of
4 dead, 31 injured.
2 teachers and 2 kids dead, and 41, injured.
I barely heard about this.
He turned himself in, or the school. What is it? The resource officer is the one who.
I'll take it one step further. Let's take it a step further. Let's make it a part of the only way you can get your degree to teach is if you're an excellent marksman, so you can take care of all these little bastards running around the school shooting people up. Let's make it a part of the curriculum.
No, I mean...
Yeah, you want to get a degree in teaching? You better be able to shoot a gun.
No,
you better be good with the steel.
You're being a dick now.
Yep.
you're being a dick. But you could have an extensive sign-up process, vetting process, and get a percentage of teachers on campus that are good, responsible, gun owners, and I think that would. I think it's a deterrent. I think not only do they kill some bad guys that are starting to shoot up a school, but I think that maybe a bad guy might think twice about shooting up a school, knowing that there are 8 to 10 teachers that have guns, and he doesn't know which one they're, and he could get smoked at any time.
Yeah.
Right now, man, they go in there. And with no worries at all.
Do they really think when you go and shoot a school up, do you really think you're getting out of there?
I think some of them do.
That guy did.
This guy did.
And he was on the FBI radar because last year he made a threat that said he was going to shoot the school.
This is the part that's the part where the father was aware of this.
Yep.
I'm okay with charging the parent in an instance like this where you have advance notice
and it's
that
proven.
Your son is planning
it's
this.
Proven.
Yeah,
a year in advance, and you allow your son access to your guns.
Lock those parents, or at least the father, up. Lock them up. And maybe we can start nipping some of this stupid stuff at home, right? If you're a parent and you knew about this up to a year ago, and then this happens, lock that bitch up and throw away the key. I'm talking about the dad, right?
Yeah.
And now, Brian, you got to think, okay, everything's a deterrent. Getting incarcerated is supposed to be a deterrent so that people don't do. Jail's supposed to suck so that people don't want to do it. Well, I mean, listen, if you're a parent and you are deterring your child from being a crazy ass psycho, gun-toting, wanting to kill my fellow students, a parent, and you are addressing these issues and going to the authorities and making sure that this is denoted and this kid has been identified or not. And the guy didn't do that, and he could have maybe stopped this, right? So the first deterrent starts at home and how you raise your kid.
How old's this kid?
14.
14.
Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, we received the first call that there was an active shooter on this campus.
By the way, this is much like, I equate this to Warsaw, Indiana. They have one high school for the entire area. There's about 16,000, 17,000 people in the city. The school has an enrollment of about 2,400. This is very much like Warsaw High.
Nice football field.
Yeah, they got a nice football field.
Yeah.
You gonna start streaming their games?
What's that?
You gonna start streaming their games, Bubba?
Yeah, I think so.
Bubba Army Foundation is going to donate some money so they can get a gun for these teachers.
As far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody, and we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this
You're
right.
basically telling the media, just calm it down.
I like that.
Because we don't want to tip our hand in anything by giving you guys too much information to run with. So I think this is actually good. This is good sheriffing, if there's even such a thing, by saying, hey, man, media, chill out. We got the guy. Let us do our stuff. We'll hand deliver the guy in a press conference, but back it down a notch, because that could jeopardize our investigation. Because obviously the guy's not dead. So, Brian, you want to interview this person every which way you can to find every little nook and cranny of what his mindset was, who he spoke with, who knew about it, including his parents, so that you can just really, really get the necessary people to have to pay for this. And I'm all for. Is it unprecedented where you can charge the parents?
No,
for
it just happened up in Michigan, I think it was.
So you can do that.
It's been done. Yep.
So you can say, listen, parents of this scumbag kid who just killed somebody, you're responsible. You raised him. You knew about this.
Right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the sheriff's office, to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously, that's chaotic.
I think it's a pretty good sheriff, to be honest with you.
No, he's doing a good job.
But we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well.
Yeah, I'd like for that guy to be my sheriff. I mean, if I couldn't have Grady, have this dude.
As a country, we're getting really good at dealing with this. So the fallout from school shootings. So that's pretty awesome. We got that going for us.
Lummy, this is, I forget where this is at.
Colorado, I believe.
Colorado, yeah, so Colorado. I mean, you think Colorado and you think, white people.
No, I think migrants taking over apartment buildings. Hell yeah.
Aurora, baby.
Or
I think
migrants
a
taking
crazy dude shooting up movie theaters.
Or some crazy ass maybe Venezuelans coming into the jewelry store and robbing it. And this, I think this story, actually, the title of it is "People Are Not Afraid to Get Arrested Anymore." Like, man,
but you could get Bubba, but you could go. You talk about like a school shooting. Like, I don't think you have the mindset that I'm going to get away with this. When you go in and rob a jewelry store, I mean, you could get away 10 out of 10 times. You go in there, smash, take a couple of things. I mean, look at this lady's not going to stop anybody.
Yeah, but they did a little bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, hold on.
Customers dropping to their knees, held at gunpoint. Some of the staff fleeing to the back. Munoz able to grab her kids and escape.
My mom and my cousin.
And this again, these are
It's a jewelry store and daycare center.
Hold on. These thugs' mindset. The younger generation, the immigrants, the illegal immigrants, the migrants, the overall just generation. What is it? Generation Z right now we're in. That's the generation we're in right now. Generation Z.
Yeah.
Generation Z. This is how.
It's the reason it's the end of the alphabet.
It's right. It gets done. We're done
over.
After this.
Cancel Christmas.
Closed the door as I grabbed my 18-month-old baby.
Her mom, Lydia Tena, tried to hit the panic button before one of the robbers attacked her.
They hit her in the back of her head with the gun.
Pistol whipping, it's the worst.
3 times. They also hit my cousin Magdalena in the back of the head. She felt like they were going to kill her after they hit her 3
Did they hit her in the lips?
times with the gun in her head.
Is that a
Blowfish Willie?
Is that a Rhonda Storm's mask?
And she, one of the times, tried to move to push the panic button, and they told her that if she moved at all once more, that they were going to kill her, and they were going to kill.
Now is he tying her up?
No, my cousin.
Within another minute, cameras in the back captured
They were trying to get the keys out. Yeah. He ripped it from them.
4 more men entering the back door.
They had white gloves, and they were all.
Look at this dumbass. This guy's.
He forgot his mask.
Yeah, forgot his mask.
All loading their guns.
Says one assaulted her sister, who walked into all the chaos.
Man, if I was working at some place that had a very, valuable and expensive stuff.
You have a guard right at the front.
You got to, man.
Yeah, but what's
Grabbed
one one
her
guard
by
going to do when you have 8
you're
bad
right.
guys coming in?
You're right.
More than that little kid was able to do in the back
Well,
office.
I'm telling you, man, we're going to be safe and sound because we're going to have a 2-man security tent at our Orlando content house.
Colton and Tuttle security.
That's right. Whacking Hut.
Are we really getting a 2-man tent?
Yes.
Whacking Nut security.
Whacking Nut security. Yes. 2-man security tent. I'm going to buy a 2-man tent. You know what? Colton probably has a 2-man tent.
Probably does.
We could probably, between.
I'll say this: a 2-person
Iggy,
tent is small.
Between Iggy,
those are tiny tents.
Between Big Red and Iggy and just all the outdoorsmen, Lummy, somebody's got a 2-man tent.
Oh, by the way, Big Red said he's good with the cooking.
He is?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Pulled her up the stairs. And told
Man, if I'm working at a jewelry store, I got 2 6-shooters on each one of my sides.
her not to move or he was going to kill her. And while he had her face down to the
Now, here's the one thing, Brian, you might know more about this. Not that you are in the criminal side of things, but I think that just maybe insurance-wise, but I think most diamonds now of any type of volume, they have a serial number etched inside of them where, for insurance reasons, if that diamond's ever found, they can cross-reference against a serial code. Did you know that?
Yeah, I didn't. I would imagine that's not good for the clarity of the diamond, but
no, I think it's done. Like they have the technology where it does not affect the clarity of the diamond at all.
That's amazing, then.
And I think because I'm pretty good friends with my buddy from August Stevenson Jewelers, Steve Pratton. But I think most, I think everything over a carat or a couple carats.
Probably over a couple carats. Over a carat, you ain't
Yeah.
talking about huge money.
I mean, that's what little Sethy's got in her ears. She's got a couple carats in her ears.
What, really?
No, just making Seth feel good about his kid.
Thank you.
Glory,
By
he
saying she has
yanked
stuff that he
all
doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, if she had 2-carat earrings, she'd be blinging. She'd be the coolest bitch in kindergarten.
A 7-year-old rolling around with
her
2
personal
carats.
Again, back to my original point. Coolest bitch in kindergarten, right? I got 2K worth
I
of
don't know that
rocks.
kindergartners care about ice in the ears.
off.
The 8 men wiping out the store that's been here for 24 years in a matter of 3 minutes.
Everything, they just sort of started putting
And
it
then
in.
here's the deal, man. Like, do you go sell this at the flea market, or do you have buyers for it already, or
ship it overseas to your criminals in Venezuela? That stuff will be in Europe and Asia by next week.
This is already on a DHL Express, is it not?
Yep.
And they don't use probably like a reputable one like FedEx, or they use like a DHL, because DHL will take anything.
Backpacks and duffel bags.
Denver police confirming they are looking for these 8 Hispanic men.
It's organized crime, and their accent is from Venezuela.
And Bubba, you are correct on the diamond with the GIA. That's what they call it.
Will you go ahead and just read the actual verbiage to make me feel
better?
The
GIA laser is an inscription is often found running on the diamond's girdle. It's on the outer edge, and it's a way to identify its clarity and identify the diamond owned by.
How about that, Brian?
Good job, Bubba. I'm not buying high-end jewelry like that.
Neither am I, but I used to back in the day.
I think there's cussing in this, but
there is cussing.
Yeah, I think this guy loses his mind. Yeah.
Should I play it, or should I just move on because there's cussing?
I think at the end he tells the guy to F off.
$5. All of this is over $5.
You asked you to check price. You said
I need somebody here. I didn't say no. Yes, you did.
I just said, can you get a picture now? And you made a big deal out of that.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. I told you to get a fucking picture for me. You made a big deal out of it.
Listen to you, dude. You work here, buddy.
I don't give a fuck about you.
Oh, well.
Well, there you go.
There you go. That's our new generation.
Yeah, he then quits his job and says he'll kick the guy's ass.
No, he does?
Yep.
Of course, let me, as we're going through our the standard girl fighting.
Yep.
And then this guy. This guy.
And there's a lot of those around here in Tampa.
And do they ride wheelies?
Yep.
And so what they do is you got these kids. This one happens to be, it looks like maybe an African American kid, and he has a bicycle, and he rides wheelies down the road during gridlocked traffic, and he just kind of froggers himself in between, like he's lane surfing, and he'll be in one lane, and then he'll go between two cars, and then he it's all, I mean, I think to create content for their Instagram and TikTok channels, and occasionally it'll go south on you, and I think this comes from the That'll Learn You file. I think it's funnier in hell that he got tweaked.
Yep.
So it's a gang of kids.
Which is how they roll up and down downtown Tampa.
Right. And they're going through. Man, I tell you one thing. If I had my Crown Vic or one of my beater car lummies, I'd just time it so that I open the door like if I was that black SUV, I'd open the front door right now, and he would completely
flip over.
So I will tell you, man, it's a hell of a skill set.
I don't think I could do it.
I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, it is until it's not. Watch. And don't forget, he's just not riding a bike. He's pulling a wheelie the entire time.
Yeah.
I think I was always too fat for the wheelie.
Yeah, me too.
Because I would do a wheelie, and then my weight would be like it would get a hold of my weight would take over, and then push me over. It was tough to pivot my weight on such a small little bicycle seat.
Yeah, probably Brian was the only one that could do it.
Plus my little arms. You got to have long arms to do good wheelies.
We established
Brian,
that your arms are plenty long enough, Bubba.
Brian, I would probably say you weren't a good wheelie guy either.
I wasn't going around looking to impress anybody.
Lummy, so you weren't a good wheelie guy?
No.
I wasn't a good wheelie guy.
Seth, what say you?
I'd never have done a wheelie in my life.
He's not a wheelie guy. Rhett,
I could never even ride my bike with no hands. I didn't even know how people do that.
Oh, I can do that all day.
Really?
Rhett, were you a wheelie guy?
He says no, but Scout can do it.
Oh, and how about you, Macho Man? Were you a wheelie guy?
Absolutely not.
Right.
No, he's not built.
I bet you Dan was a wheelie guy.
Of course
No.
he was.
Dan said that's one thing that he could never do as a kid was a wheelie.
Oh.
You know who's the best wheelie person I've ever seen? Gene Lasker. He can do wheelies on four-wheelers. He can do wheelies on bikes. He can do wheelies on choppers. He's just a good wheelie guy. And this guy's a good wheelie guy, and this is where the luck runs out.
This guy's an idiot.
Okay, watch this now.
Oh, you're not going to make it, sir.
And so, like Brian, you got a nice car, and this seems to be like a nice car. If you had a guy that short-spaced you, you're where you're supposed to be. You're driving in the lane that you're supposed to be in. As a vehicle registered in whatever state that you're at or wherever you're at, your vehicle is supposed to be where it's at. And this kid here starts pounding on your car because he's lane surfing.
It's a clean shot.
I think it might.
In Florida, it's a clean shot.
I
he
think
starts
it is.
punching and getting threatening towards you.
Yeah, I think if the minute he punches the car, boom, castle doctrine or something, isn't it?
No, it's just there's no duty to retreat in Florida. If you feel you're threatened, your life and jeopardy is in jeopardy, and your safety is in jeopardy, you can shoot away.
Haitian migrant Akam Mark Desire was flown into the United States under the Biden-Harris administration's CH-9B parole program. He was just arrested in Massachusetts for molesting a 10-year-old boy. That's a great program, that CH-9B. I didn't even know of such a program, Lummy, the CH-9B.
Yeah.
Did you?
No, I did not. I knew they were flying him in.
Oh, another motorcycle mishap. This seems to be a guy that's just probably going a little too fast for his little country road. And this is what happens to you. To me, if he would have, Lummy, like not taken his, if he would have started locking it up right now, instead he takes his hand out, makes the gesture, he could be on both brakes right now and maybe avoided this with a real quick left turn.
Oh, yeah. Bro, whose fault's that? Is it the motorcycle?
Yeah.
That's the motorcycle's fault all day.
Who's honking? Oh, that's the motorcycle guy. But like right now,
because I think the truck was stopping because it was a yellow light, and the motorcycle's clearly speeding.
He's going 69.
Yeah. That does not look like a 70-mile-an-hour zone.
But right now, he knows he's in trouble right now. Right now, he knows he's in trouble. Why not have...
I don't think he knows he's in trouble yet. He has not seen that car pulling out. He just sees this semi is slowing. So he should have been slowing to be like, why is this semi slowing in that lane?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's yelling at the truck for stopping.
Right, for slowing, yeah.
Not knowing that he's got... The reason why this truck is slowing down is because he's got a guy turning across his nose, right?
Right.
So the guy figures out the good news about right now.
Oh.
And I can't tell if that's a traffic signal intersection or not. It doesn't look like it's a signal.
No, I don't think it's a traffic signal.
So the truck shouldn't have been stopping. The guy turning is in the wrong.
What if the truck was making a left?
Well, that's a different story. But the guy making the left-hand turn has to make sure that lane's clear.
Because if you look, his tires are turned in the front.
Yeah.
Right there, see?
Yeah,
He's taking a left.
He's making a left. The guy's making a left. There's the truck's doing nothing wrong. And this guy finds out the good news right here. Oh, that's got to hurt.
You can't feel good.
I think that's it with regards to our Twitter. We can get into the Caitlin Clark stuff that I've been promoting for the last hour next, okay?
That sounds good.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Easily, all fucking day.
Yeah.
Being our fucking absolute motorcycle dick like they are.
The problem is those guys don't die enough. Like,
you're right. If you had a worse ratio of them dying,
then there'd be less of them procreating, and then eventually that type of. Although you want risk takers in your gene pool, you want people that are not afraid of death in your gene pool. That they're the ones that make things happen. So there's a balance.
Down the rock, 62 years. Down the rock. Yeah, no thanks, Jesse St. John. Creeds and Travis, 57 months. Dan Secret Habit, 72 months.
Wow.
Conspiracy Theory Story Time, 2 months. Ringo. Oob, 35 months.
72 months. You're on Twitch still? Are we still on Twitch?
Yeah, we're
Look at that.
How do you spell ornery?
Ornery?
Yeah.
O-N-E-R. Maybe there's a silent H at the front.
That's what I thought.
H-O-N-E-R-Y. O-R-N-E-R-Y. Yeah, I was right. There is no H. O-R-N-E-R-Y.
All right, thank you. I thought there was an H. No.
Ornery.
Thank you.
Ornery.
quadrant.
Oh man. I mean, did we ever get on X? Because it looked like we were having a hard time getting on it. I don't know if we got on X today. I don't think we did. See, make sure Rhett tries to fix that.
You know what we did get though? We got paid. Thank you. Woo!
I accidentally committed Grand Theft Auto yesterday.
How?
Do you want me to share the story? It's kind of fucking funny.
Well, not
now. I'll save it for the air.
Yeah.
After the Caitlin Clark, Charles Barkley racism segment.
No, he likes her.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
The blacks are the racists this time.
No, just the women's.
The women blacks.
Women, yeah.
African Americans, if you will.
He's gonna cancel a blizzard just because he's gonna find out that you're gonna talk about him every time. There's a guy called up yesterday and said, "Hey,
I wish he'd be nice. I just wish he'd be nice."
I wasn't mean about it.
He was just like, you know, Bubba, how you have your meetings on podcasts and stuff. He was just kind of having his meeting.
Yeah, I'll start asking Lummy to cut it up and send you the parts that I want you to hear.
Oh.
Oh man.
Lummy, send this to Bubba for me. Tell him to report back to me next week on on my notes.
I'm gonna be fired for laughing at you one day.
You are.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm not doing anything legally for Bubba, so now would be a good time for you not to get fired.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But if he needs me for something, you're in deep shit. What happened to the podcast area?
We're getting new chairs.
Oh.
Get some fun chairs.
But thank you for trying to be a dick about it.
The Orlando Content House Shindig, happening November 15th and 16th. If you're dumb enough to come, email us, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. If you drive a Cybertruck, you will be shot on sight. Your transport looks like a dumpster filled with batteries. It's very dangerous to others with its wedged-shaped bladed front end. You are not saving the environment. EVs use rare earth metals. Mining them actually causes more damage to the environment and uses more fossil fuels to manufacture them than an average car. Speaking of fossil fuels, where do you think the electricity to charge those batteries in your glorified golf cart comes from, you douche? You are just a big douche if you drive an electric vehicle. Thank you, that is all. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I mean, that's almost hostility from one worker to another.
Yes, it is.
All under the Bubba Radio Network umbrella. What if I get Dan that says, listen, I
can't work under these conditions anymore?
Work under these conditions.
Oh, thank God. Couldn't happen soon enough.
Let me,
3 days a week is just too much.
Fall can be a stressful season, and stress leads to feeling drained. To maintain your energy levels and heart-healthy routine, it's best to avoid relying on stimulants. Super Beet Heart Chews offer a conveniently delicious plant-based way to support healthy blood pressure and circulation. Enjoy the heart-healthy boost without all the jitters. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the unique antioxidant compound in Super Beets is clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. Heart-healthy energy without the crash. Effective and clinically studied key ingredients. More doctors and pharmacists and cardiologists recommend Super Beet Heart support more than any other beet brand. And you can double your potential with Super Beet Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beet Heart Chews on all bundles and 15% off your first order by going to We've changed it now. It was Bubba Loves Beats. We've changed it now. So when you go to order, please be mindful of the change. We're back to Lummy. GetSuperBeats.com. Promo code Bubba. That's GetSuper, BEETS. GetSuperBeats.com. Promo code Bubba. Thank you. So, Brian, you walked in here when we were off air, hot mic, and you said that you that you may have committed grand larceny yesterday?
No, grand theft auto.
What's the difference?
Well, grand larceny is any item. Grand theft auto is specifically a car.
Right, okay.
So it's not grand theft electric vehicle, thankfully. Because we don't call those cars.
Listen, the only person that has a problem with Dan's vehicle around here seems to be Macho Man.
No, Jay hates it too. Jay won't even get into it, remember?
Okay.
Because he has a reputation to uphold and he can't be seen exiting that vehicle.
A good portion of the audience hates it too, Bubba.
Yeah, this is one thing I think Dan's going to lose on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this may cost him a day. He may not be on Fridays anymore after the electric car debacle.
How judgy are we that you care about what a guy drives?
I don't. Dan can drive whatever he wants. In fact, I think the Cybertruck is right on brand for Dan.
I just didn't. I cannot think of another car that is more divisive than the Cybertruck.
Yeah, I mean,
people are just very passionate. People are very passionate about how they dislike them.
Yeah. So tell us your story, Brian.
So we started doing carpool with our neighbors just a day a week, because we it's about 15-20 minute drive to drop my daughter off at school each day. And
so you have neighbors who go to the same school?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one day a week we take each other's kids. So they've got two. We've got our one.
That's kind of cool. It gives you guys a little bit of a break.
Yeah. It's nice getting that extra 40 minutes in the morning.
So 4 days a week you're taking Ariana. And then one day a week she's going with the neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when one of your 4 days you're taking the neighbor kid with you.
Yeah, they're two kids. So you got three kids. So
why don't you guys break it up like more than one day?
So Mondays, they run behind. They've got two kids, and so right now we're at a day a week. We may stretch it out to do it to 4. At some point,
like 2 and 2, and
yeah,
with
like
a
2
1
and 2, yeah.
Like 3, 2.
Well, we may get to that point, but definitely 2 and 2 at some point. I think a little Chuck Wooler reaction,
or even like maybe a week at a time.
Yeah, maybe
do it in week hunks. That would really give you some time, right?
Well, it's
if
nice.
You did it in week hunks.
It's nice to split it up within the week because, like, Thursdays I come and do this show, so it's nicer for my wife on Thursdays to just have to get Aria ready for school rather than getting herself ready to look presentable to go out in public. And so she's able to, to do what she's got to do, and then just get Aria loaded up in their car. And,
all right, so
it's easier.
So you're carpooling with another very trusted neighbor for the kids going to school.
Right, and so I dropped them off. There's a little bit of chaos, and then getting them across the street.
You're talking about 3 kids total.
Yeah, so
two of theirs and one of yours.
So the car line's like super long. So we always park across.
I don't miss those days at all. Car line.
So we park across the street at the Walgreens, and there's crossing guards. So we get the kids out of the car, bring them there, drop them all off, see them into the school there, go back. Now getting out of that Walgreens parking lot, it's a zoo because you've got parents, cars going, people walking.
Because you're not the only parent that's going to the Walgreens.
Oh no, there's 50 cars at any given time.
That might as well be the car line overflow lot.
It's exactly what it is.
Right.
And Walgreens puts up with
if I'm Walgreens, I'm probably mad as hell because I got real Walgreens customers that are trying to come in, and some of them are probably just driving right past the place and be like, I am not dealing with that nonsense.
Yeah, but you also get the parents going in to get stuff, so it's a double-edged sword for them, I guess. A catch-22, if you will.
Maybe as a parent, you should go in there and get a Gatorade or something just to give them some business because I mean,
I've never seen a Walgreens out of business.
No, I know.
No, there's some that have boarded up.
Oh, there has.
There's a good amount in California too.
Oh my God, go in and buy stuff, people, immediately.
Yeah. So anyway, it's chaos because you have people walking, going into Walgreens. Sometimes you have delivery trucks. So
you got kids,
right.
You got mom and dads walking them across the street. You got crossing guards.
So I'm looking, and I see I get in. I was like, oh, I've got an opportunity to pull out. So I pull out, and as I'm pulling out of the parking lot there, I'm like, my seat's very uncomfortable. I don't remember it being in this position. And I pull out of the Walgreens parking lot, and I turn and I look, and I see a woman's purse next to the on the floorboard.
What? You jumped in the wrong car.
There was a black Atlas that looked exactly like mine parked right next to mine, and I didn't even look to see.
Oh, my God. Now, where was she?
She must have been walking her kid in, thank God, because I was able to...
Were you able to sneak it back?
I was able to sneak it back, park the car, and just
quietly
zip around into mine.
Just quietly get into yours and get the hell out of there.
And got the hell out of there.
So she left her car running?
No, she left her purse with the keys in there.
Oh, okay.
She's just dropping the kids off real quick.
Right. I mean, she's literally just probably walking them to the cross guard, maybe walking them across the street, and then say, all right, little Johnny, I'll see you later. It's maybe a 2-minute ordeal.
Yeah, it's like 3 minutes. It's like 3 minutes if you get caught at the crossing guard there. Yeah, and then you got to walk them up to the school entrances a little bit away. So, yeah, so it's like probably 3 to 5 minutes.
Wow.
And so I got into the wrong car, and because she left her purse and keys in there, it started up for me, and I drove off, and it wasn't until I looked at the seat was uncomfortable.
Now, what would have happened if she would have come back, called the cops, and then you pull in, and I mean,
at that point, I don't have the intent to steal.
No, what I'm saying is, like, I mean, even if she was just an absolute beside herself Karen, I think you could probably tell the police officer, listen, here's my car. You can tell that it's identical. 2, upon realizing that it's not my car, I brought it back. 3, she can look in her purse. I've not disturbed or taken anything. It was a complete mistake. I think the average cop completely doesn't do anything with this.
I mean, probably not, but
how'd you get it again? Was it just open?
Yeah,
because her
key
fob was in there,
yeah, so if your
everything started up normal.
Yeah, if your key fob is on your purse, in your pocket, or in your purse, or in the drink holder, if it's anywhere in the car will start.
It was absolutely the same exact car, same color, same rims, same trim, same interior. Everything was the same, except when I looked over in the floorboard on the passenger side, out of the corner of my eye, that's when I saw the purse.
You don't have a Louis Vuitton purse.
No, but everything else was the same. Even the back seat had been pulled forward and I had left it up to let one of the kids out of the back because, the way you got to fit 3 booster seats in the car like that. I mean, it was great.
Wow.
But now I'm going to be extra careful moving forward to make sure I'm not stealing somebody else's car.
Yeah, and maybe lock yours. Turn yours off and lock it and put the fob in your pocket in fear that the same thing could happen to you.
Well, I mean that's a public service announcement to everyone, but yeah.
I mean, here's the deal, man. The bad guys, the Venezuelans, the crazy immigrants, they figure out that there's 7 cars that are unlocked that are running for 3 minutes at the Walgreens parking lot with rich people. Bitch, don't think that they just couldn't literally have jumped in there and taken that car, right? I mean, if there were some bad guys...
I stole the lady's car unwittingly.
And you're not even in the car stealing business.
No.
So you imagine if you got some bad people that are in the car stealing business, that's like shooting ducks inside of a barrel.
I will tell you, that moment when I realized that I was
Brian,
in the wrong
looks like
car...
you got your doppelgangers on TV. Kind of looks like you a little bit, doesn't it?
I guess,
Does it look like Brian a little bit?
He's a handsome guy.
If Brian had a younger brother that worked out, and would
look rugged?
Kind of look a little more rugged, a little more outdoorsy than you?
Little more narrow face, little straighter nose.
Holy crap, this show has ADD, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
but anyway, so...
What's wrong with that? ADD is cool.
That moment...
You got it.
That moment when I realized I was not in my car was pretty freaking scary, and it was a mortifying moment.
Now, were you more... Now,
thank God there wasn't like a baby sleeping in the back.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Or thank God this. Thank God that you didn't even have to go through the ordeal with her by, just being able to pull it back in, sneak on out was the best thing ever because it would have been it would have been funny. You guys may have both of them been laughed it off, but it would have been like, oh, now I got to explain, because she's probably not going to be happy when you come whipping up in her car.
No, and
right?
I was 20 seconds away from it being another 3 or 4 minutes until I could have gotten that car back. Because if I turn out of that lot onto the road that runs in front of the school, I can't get back there for at least 3 or 4 minutes. That minimum. And then by then she's definitely back
and she's
looking for her car.
Real hot about the deal. Even though it was
freaking out.
Even though it was an honest mistake. honest mistake, and you guys would be able to probably get there. It was an honest mistake, but it would be a pain in the ass, would it not?
Yeah. It was pretty scary.
Kind of the same thing happened to me in Merch Creek when we were going to Indiana. We had our son Vicente drop us off at the airport, right, Lummy, and using Merch Creek's Toyota Camry.
There's a couple of those.
So he's driving us there, so we don't have to have a car at the airport. And she has the key fob in her purse. So I drive. He's sitting in the back. No, he's sitting in the passenger side. She's sitting in the back. So we pull up to Southwest Dump Off, where they dump you off.
Yep.
And he's at that point just going to take her car back to my apartment. And so we get out of the car and up the escalators and actually to the shuttle to the Southwest gate, and he calls her and says the car's dead because your key fob is in your purse.
Oh, jeez.
And the car won't go anywhere. And the cops, now you know how long, you know how mean they are if you stay.
Oh, they're nasty. Move,
Move.
If you can't stay there, sir. Move.
Oh yeah, they're so.
Move your car, or I'll have it towed.
Right, like if you're there more than 37 seconds. If you're not just dumping off, give them a hug-a-bye and get in your car and zooming off there, they're yelling at you.
They better see movement. Yeah.
So the car's dead. It won't go anywhere. So she has to get back. We've already shuttled to the Southwest gate. So she has to get back on the shuttle, head all the way back, and give him the fob, or the car wouldn't run.
Jeez.
So thank God he was able to get a hold of us. Or that could have been disastrous. Here's the Caitlin Clark stuff. Lummy, are these the highlights from last night where she hit her? I think it's her second triple-double of the season.
It is 24, 10, and 10.
God, she can pass like magic. She's got the skills of magic passing.
It's up. It won't go. Clark pulls it down, and this building knows what that
means. This is the same place where the Pacers play, and it's sold out, wall to wall.
Kelsey Mitchell's going.
Well, and they're making the playoffs.
And it's Indiana, and Indiana knows basketball.
This is so stupid. But I love the Fever.
I do too.
I love Kelsey Mitchell. I love Boston. I love
like
Lexi
Boston,
Hall.
yes.
The coach just got
Katie Lou Samuelson.
Yeah, the coach just got the coach of the month. It was the first coach of the month in the Indiana Fever's history. Like, so many good things are happening to this team that sucked for so long. I don't know, man. I'm behind it. It's like a movie.
I'm so into the Indiana Fever that I have my ESPN app, and I actually have it as listed as one of my favorites. So when I pull my ESPN app, it'll tell you, I got the Rays, and I got, the Packers, and I got the Indiana
Warsaw
Fever.
High.
But it tells you when their next game is when you pull up the app. And so I'm finding myself, finding the Indiana Bally Ion channel to watch. I actually find myself.
Is it just us, Bubba?
No, I think
Brian. What about you?
No, it's a bunch of middle-aged white guys that are into the Fever.
There you go.
Shut up, Brian. God,
what a dick, man. Lummy,
I find myself gambling on it a lot more lately.
Lummy says I find myself playing the money line on it a lot.
That is right.
You always take the Fever?
And the under.
9 points, 7 assists here so far. Clark crossing over and dropping a three.
Again, Seth, she's just fun to watch.
I don't know, man. Like I said, it's just a movie where she's just the good girl. I just can't stop rooting for her.
And here's the deal: the trickle-down effect. 14, 15 years from now, girls. No, not even. Like 7 years from now, girls that are Sammy's age right now that may not have taken an interest in. She's the Taylor Swift of the NBA. And she has now probably got millions and millions of girls now more interested in playing basketball as a sport because they got a hero to to follow.
And that's going to make basketball better when you start having more people to pick from.
Exactly. So 7 years from now, when these 7-year-olds are 14 and 15, and they're playing on middle school and high school teams, I think the level of competition is going to be that much better because you have, let's say 1 million more girls playing the sports. Naturally, there's going to be some of all the extra girls that play. There's going to be some hidden gems in there.
And there's girls that are going to grow up that want to play like Angel Reese, that want to, get down and dirty in the paint and rebound and do all the physical things. Like, that's going to bring in a new breed of players.
Yeah, not everybody's going to be sharpshooters.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's talk about this. This is a team.
They've been gone.
This is a team that started the season 1-8. They're 17-8 over their last 25 games.
And it's a team that hasn't had a record above 500 since 2016.
They play 6 consecutive home games starting with last night. So they've got Minnesota, Atlanta, and then the big ones, Vegas twice, and then Dallas to close out the season, and then they go on the road to Washington. They foreseeably could end up 23 and 17.
They could end up the 3 seed.
When the odds were 100-1 for them winning the whole thing, Dave Portnoy put I think he put what was it,
$100,000.
$100,000 to win
$10 million.
$10 million, yeah. He's got that.
I mean, this guy. Watch this pass. This is Magic Johnson stuff, man. Right here.
They've been gone.
Look at that. I mean,
Clark, good feed into Boston with deep position, lays it in.
So let me. These are the highlights. Yeah. Hold on here. Let me
pass. Out to Clark. Good feed into Boston with deep position, lays it in.
That's a good little drive right there.
Out to Clark.
Do you find Sammy rooting for Caitlin? Is she a Caitlin Clark?
She's not normally up for her games at all, but I mean, we play basketball. I tell her about Caitlin Clark. I have some of her cards.
Out to Clark. Clark on the fake. Clark on the drive. Behind the back.
I mean, that's Magic Johnson stuff right there,
to
man.
Boston. Extra pass. It's Wheeler.
And you know what? With all the scrutiny that she's gotten lately by the Cheryl Swopes girl and stuff, do you notice, man? She's like the Taylor Swift of basketball, and that she doesn't respond. She doesn't get into a Twitter war with anybody. She just takes the high road and produces, and that's why everybody loves her so much. That's why people like Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal and Stephen A. Smith, people that know basketball, Shay. People have gravitated. African-American men, African-American former NBA men, African-American NBA Hall of Famers have gravitated and supported Caitlin Clark. At that point, man, Cheryl Swoops, it's time to back it down a notch because you're making yourself look stupid, to be honest with you.
Gives it a swipe.
What's Cheryl Swoops carrying on about now?
Clark.
She's just carrying on about, she's just mad. She's just mad that a white girl is rolling up in here.
So I think part of the anger, and if I got it from watching the Hope Solo documentary with the U.S. national soccer team, is these ones that these veterans, the quote unquote trailblazers, the ones that came before, they always have this chip on their shoulder, like we paved the way for you. You wouldn't be able to do what you're doing right now and make the money and have the fame that you have. And so there's a bitterness and a resentment amongst women athletes towards
and
the
women
ones that are
real chatty. They're real bitchy about that stuff.
You don't hear Brett Favre bitching and moaning about Patrick Mahomes' contract.
You don't hear Brett Favre say, "Let me tell you something, man. I only made the most I ever made was like $8 million, and now they got guys that are making $65 million."
The only old salty football dudes are the 72 Dolphins that never want anybody to run the table.
Yeah, and everybody crowns them and looks at how pathetic they are when they pop their champagne.
And the poor 72 Dolphins, all those guys were selling cars in the summer because
pretty much.
I think Larry Zonka made like maybe 41,000. I mean, I'm just telling you, it was not uncommon for players clear up until the mid-70s to have a part-time job and when they weren't playing because an offensive lineman might make 45, 50 grand back in the day, right? I mean, they're
it's kind of like how baseball was back in the day.
Is it a swipe? Clark, step back, hits a three.
Now, Brian, just straight physics, would it be? And I'm not trying to underscore the significant talent involved in hitting a three-pointer as a woman at the WNBA, but don't you have a higher percentage to hit that shot since the rim is the same size as the men's rim as far as circumference, but the ball is, I think, an inch or two not as big.
Not just that. It's also the release point, because the trajectory of the shot. This is why Shaquille O'Neal had such difficulty shooting free throws consistently, because he had no bend. And so his free throws were the margin of error for him was much higher or much lower rather, because his shots came in so flat. So the more arc that you have to have on your shot, the higher your percentage of making.
But if you're putting if you got a smaller object going into the same sized rim,
right, much easier.
You have, statistically probably that much better of a chance to make that.
Steph Curry is probably shooting 75% from three with the women's NBA ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, again, I'm not underscoring anybody's ability here. I'm a huge Caitlin Clark fan. I don't think we've ever seen an NBA player, a WNBA player that's even in her galaxy. And I'm excited as a rookie that she's done as much as she's done. It's going to be exciting. Again, just like Seth said, I find myself looking at when the next Indiana Fever game is, and if I can, get it into my daily routine, I try to watch them when I can.
I mean, it goes without saying, but you got to be special to not only fill your own arena, to absolutely change the course of what seemed like a franchise that was probably one of the worst in the WNBA and maybe all of sports, and now to make them one of the most popular, and so when they go play other games, it's filled up because of her.
It's generational talent. When that talent guarantees that all home games that they play for are sold out, but when you're selling out the opponent's games as well, that's not. That's special. That's Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Steph Curry, Wemby type stuff.
I mean, I think that
LeBron.
I think the WNBA should make the Fever the American Fever and just make them the team of America and have them play, all their home games, in different cities around the country, just so we all can get,
like the Globetrotters.
Yeah, just so we all can get a little Caitlin Clark in our lives.
Don't you think this only brings out the fact that she got screwed for the Olympics even more?
They still won the gold medal. I mean, it's...
Seth makes a good point, though, that if I'm the WNBA, I'm doing Indiana Fever preseason games in cities like Tampa that don't have a franchise.
Yes.
Great
idea.
To bring that product there, to create, a buzz across the country.
I guarantee you she would sell out Amalie Arena.
Yes.
Seth, I'd go. I'd say, Seth, listen, I got 2 tickets to the... Indiana Fever, will you go with me?
I'd be there, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you grab one for my daughter?
No, I only got 2.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But I got a parking pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
And you know what? Food's on me. We'll stop at,
I'd like Domino's on the way in.
I'd like to get PDQ at Amalie Arena because it's $35 for the chicken tender basket.
It really is. The chicken tender basket at PDQ in Amalie Arena where the Lightning play is $35. And you get 3 tenders and a smattering of fries with some special sauce.
You're waiting in line for 18 minutes.
Right, and it's $30.
Are you serious?
I think I think it's 22 or 28.
It's horrible.
They used to have a cap on how much they would want to
5 triples. Caitlin, go ahead and shoot till your arm falls off.
And Mitchell knocks that one away.
Then she shoots again.
Here comes Clark going the other way. Clark going behind the back.
Magic Johnson passing right there.
Oh, it's Boston. An and one.
She's just showing off.
And you know what? She's plain Jane cute, is she not?
No, but she's not hideous.
I think her athletic prowess makes her cute.
Yeah, I think her success makes her cuter than she is, just like Taylor Swift.
Boston shot clock down to 3, drives her way inside, muscles to the rim.
Hold on, you think Taylor Swift's not that good looking, and it's just
I think she's hotter than she would be off the street because of who she is.
Right. If she was just some chick from Plant City,
she'd be another chick another cute chick from Plant.
Come on.
She's a Plant City 7.5, 8. Yeah.
This is insanity.
No, it's not.
She's
got kind of alien eyes, dude.
She could be a model.
Sharon, here's
in another planet.
Here's the heat from Cheryl Swoops. She blasts the quote unquote evil and ugly Caitlin Clark fans. Like, what is your end game with this? Where are you going with this? And you have all of the, for the most part, the sports journalist community, from Shaq to Charles Barkley to Stephen A. Smith, all saying that you really need to take take a step back on this. This is not a good look for you, Cheryl.
This is kind of a long story, Bubba, but Cheryl Swoops, former WNBA star, it kind of all started with that they were talking about the Indiana Fever and the reason why they're so much improved this year, and she never said anything about Caitlin Clark, so that became a thing. And then there was another thing where she actually was doing a Fever game, doing the color for it, and the guy had brought up Caitlin Clark winning Player of the Week, and she didn't say anything for 50 seconds. So she ended up going on Spaces yesterday and talking about all these things that she is supposed to say and that she's not supposed to say. But a lot of people just think that she's just being racist towards Caitlin Clark.
I do too.
Is it racist or hating the player?
She definitely can't be happy that Caitlin Clark has a $22 million shoe deal.
I think that's the issue. Is she's saying we paved the road and we didn't get ours, and rather than being happy that they paved the road
Howard
for these
paved
ladies,
the road for me, and I didn't make $100 billion.
Okay.
Or $10 billion. I forget how many. I think Howard's made 10 or 15 billion with Sirius XM. I mean,
so then Nancy Lieberman came out and she said that she called Cheryl Swoops and told her, because she said that she was making up. She said that Caitlin Clark was a 25-year-old in college beating up on 18-year-olds.
By the way, she said that the only reason that she'd been able to obtain all the college records is because she was a fifth-year senior, when in actuality, I think the truth is that Caitlin Clark she was actually a fourth-year senior, and she had one more year of eligibility.
She did have another year.
The COVID year.
Yeah, she had the COVID year.
All right, so she...
But it wasn't true eligibility. She played out the full regular season.
4 years.
Yeah.
But you have 5 years to play. Don't you have 5 years?
Well, you have 5 years to play four.
To get in four.
Yeah, five
How
to
about
get in
but
four.
the dude from Miami's on his 9th year.
Yeah, there's so many ways.
That's going to end with the COVID stuff being over now, but she only played in 4 seasons.
Right.
Charles Barkley has expressed
Here, this is Charles breaking it down.
His intense feelings over the recent removal of Cheryl Swoops from the ONBA broadcast, amplifying the seriousness of the situation. This is no small...
See, I'd like to see what this interview consisted of. I never knew that Cheryl actually did interview Caitlin.
So they're saying that the WNBA Bally took Cheryl Swoops off, Fever games.
Dallas was supposed to play the Fever, and I think they took her off supposedly.
But she's saying that she had something already scheduled, that she was only contractually obligated to do 7 games this year.
Event, it's a tipping point for how the league handles criticism towards rising stars like...
If I'm the commissioner of the league, Brian, do you step in here?
No,
No,
you love this controversy. We wouldn't be talking about it, but for the fact that there's controversy.
All right.
You love
Caitlin Clark. And Barkley has sent a direct ultimatum to the ONBA, demanding swift action before Swoops causes irreparable damage to Clark's growing legacy.
And again, this commentary and this opinion, this very strongly based opinion, doesn't just come from... This comes from a Hall of Famer within the male version of this sport. This comes from Charles Barkley, a very, 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 very respected, and not only a player, but a very, very good journalist too. Covers the game. Him and Shaq cover the game better than anybody. I mean, is it TNT?
Yes.
TNT have one of the most magical pregame shows. No, they're all getting back together.
Well, supposedly they're still fighting that, right? I don't think the NBA has acquiesced and said, "Okay, you exercise the option accordingly."
Oh, I heard. I thought that they were working on staying together.
They are, but it's still up in the air as to whether or not Amazon's going to get that TNT package or if TNT is going to get to keep it.
Oh, okay.
These ladies, and I'm a WNBA fan.
It's been a good season.
They cannot have fucked this Caitlin Clark thing up.
Oh, man, hold on. Charles is really bringing it. I had to dump it because Charles just dropped the F-bomb. He said these ladies could not have f***ed up this any more than they already have. I mean, wow.
Any worse if they tried. if you got people in a room,
Yeah.
if you got a bunch of dudes in a room and says, let's fuck up the WNBA.
Hold on. And again, man, Charles does not care. He does not care, man.
We could have came up a master plan what these women have done. This girl is incredible. What she did in college for women's basketball, what she's doing in the WNBA.
She turned the Fever. We're 1-8. They have a winning record now.
But the number of attention, eyeballs she's brought to college and the pros.
That right there is what the true value of what she's done is, the amount of eyeballs. Guys, me and Seth's age, maybe Lummy's age, I never. In the history of me being alive, I never, ever sought after a WNBA game in my entire life. I never said, oh, my God, the Chicago, what are they called? The
Sky?
The Sky. The Chicago
yeah.
Sky is playing this Saturday at 3:30 on ABC. I cannot miss it.
So, Bubba, I got to ask this, and I want you to answer it honestly. Don't lie like you do sometimes. If Caitlin Clark did not go to the Indiana Fever and instead went to the New York Liberty, do you personally pay as much attention?
Yes. If
I think it's because you're so about everything Indiana.
You gonna let me answer?
Yeah.
You gonna let me answer?
Yes.
If she's performing at the level she's performing, it doesn't matter what team she plays for. I'm enamored with her performance and her skill set. Does it help that she's plays for my home state? I'm naturally a Pacers fan. That's my favorite NBA team after Larry left Boston. But yeah, probably it is somewhat intensified a little bit by the fact that she's plays for Indiana. But if she played for any other team, I would be paying attention to her games because I find her that entertaining to watch. So I mean, you can.
He was into her in college too, Brian.
Yeah, I watched her senior year when she broke the record, and that's when I kind of started paying attention to her. I watched her get beat in the finals. I think at that point you knew where she was going too, but.
I thought that might have a big thing to do with it for you personally. I think if she and I think it helped that she went to a team like the Fever, because if she goes to a major city like the Liberty or something like that, I don't know that the coverage and the feel is the same.
I don't know.
As a girl that goes and she's a Midwestern girl, stayed home and went to Iowa when she could have gone to UConn or South Carolina or
LSU
or one of the powerhouse programs, and now in the WNBA she goes to a franchise that was beyond floundering. A failed franchise, and immediately in one season completely turns them around.
I wonder who owns the Indiana
It's
Fever.
It's
usually the NBA team.
The NBA team, yeah.
So it'll be the Simons. I think a guy named Herb Simon.
Herb Simon owns it.
God, let me. How good?
You are the best,
Brian. At least give me that.
You are the biggest NBA fan that biggest Indiana fan that I know. The state of Indiana.
Made all of his money with malls.
Simon Malls.
Yeah, I even knew that.
And I know the mayor
before you could Google it like you did.
And I know the mayor of Warsaw. You used to play basketball. He was in the movie Hoosiers. So suck that.
No, the mayor wasn't in the movie Hoosiers. The local dentist was in the movie Hoosiers,
and he's the mayor.
No, he's not the mayor. His name's Stephen Holler. The mayor is Jeff Gross.
Oh, hell.
Jeff Gross
he was
Mr. Indiana in 1984.
Oh, Mr. Indiana.
Mr. Indiana basketball went on to Northwestern. Yes.
Thank you.
And for these women to have this petty jealousness, you say to yourself, damn, what is going on here? And
well, you got accused of that stuff too, with the older players being resentful of the new generation. It's kind of part of the basketball process. Everybody thinks their generation's the best.
No. Anytime we say something about guys, it ain't the old get off my lawn guy.
Yeah.
But the stuff toward her is petty and jealous. And the thing I love about her, she never says a word.
I mean, she never engages.
Why would you if you're her? Why would you? You don't have to.
She's such a class act.
You're McDonald's. You don't talk about Burger King. You're
and
Coca-Cola.
Now, when I watch her, two things I like. She's playing much faster.
Yeah.
Much faster. She was playing too slow the first half of the season.
I think she was tired. I think she was banged up from the college season.
They didn't even give her the understanding, like, you girls been ready for the WNBA season. Y'all been working out on the no. She came straight out of college. You had to go right to the WNBA like 2 weeks later.
Yeah, didn't she have like 10 days off?
Yeah, that's all they get between the seasons in the WNBA.
Right.
So they didn't even factor that in. But I mean,
she's probably getting kind of worn out because she went right from.
Well, the Olympic break helped her because they didn't play.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She didn't play.
If she went to the Olympics, they wouldn't be where they are right now.
You know what? You're probably right. I mean, but she's probably starting to get a little tired because she went through an entire NCAA season, then a postseason, made it clear to the final game, and then 10 days rest, and now you're starting your what? Is it a 30-game season?
Well, it's like 40 games? 40 games.
Yeah, 40-game season you're out.
When I watched her play
But they're getting close to being done, right? I mean, they're getting ready to enter into the playoffs,
But
aren't
she
they?
had a month off, Bubba. That helped huge. July 17th to August 16th, no games. So, and you know what they've done since then?
She was just probably having sex with her boyfriend.
7-1. 7-1 since the break.
I think she's learning to play much faster because I think she's learning to trust those girls more. Because, when she's in college, she's not passing to a bunch of great players. Now you can see when she plays, she's playing a lot without the ball. She reminds me a lot of Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd's the best I've ever seen with playing without the basketball.
Yeah.
I played with Jason Kidd one time in an All-Star game. He says, Chuck, you should be getting like 6 to 8 points a game more, right? That's what you talking about. He says, I'm going to kick it ahead to you.
Yeah.
He says, your point guards wait and give you the ball too late. If I give you the ball full speed ahead instead of waiting for you to finish, you get another 8 to 10 points a game. She's starting to see now, if I play faster and give it to them sooner, so that tells me she's really smart. But these ladies, who I love and respect their game, they couldn't have fucked this thing up any worse.
Hold on.
Because
I had to drop the F-bomb again. Charles Barkley's third F-bomb.
we have talked, and tell them about Aja. Aja was the best woman player in the world right now. She's incredible. Connecticut Suns having a great year. The Minnesota Lynx is having a great year.
See, Charles Barkley knows WNBA. I don't know if Charles Barkley knows and can break down the WNBA this well with which team's good, which team's not, the top 5 players, if it wasn't the Caitlin Clark effect.
Do you know that the Indiana Fever have more wins in the second half of the season than the Chicago White Sox do?
Oh, you're going to Seth kill himself.
Nice.
The
hello.
White Sox are.
They've won 5 games in the second half of the
Hello,
season.
you're on the air. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, quickly, sir. I got to go to words.
Oh, sorry. I was just calling. I'm running for state legislature, and I was calling to talk about some policies. I know you guys are talking about basketball right now, so I didn't
Well,
really
first of
want
all,
to talk about it
what's your name so I can look you up and see if indeed you really are a candidate?
Okay, my name is Joshua Krakow. I'm running for District 77, Florida, Southwest Florida.
Will you look and see if there's a District 77, Southwest Florida, and there's a guy named Jason Krackhouse or whatever?
John Krakow?
Joshua.
I got him here, Libertarian.
Okay, so he's running.
He works at Single Dad Outreach in Fort Myers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
and so like what's your political stance on what you'd like to tell us about?
Well, right now I'm really doing a big campaign on pushing policy that I wrote for making gold legal tender for Florida. 5 states have made gold legal tender, and I want to actually make Florida number 6, and I want to make state-backed gold.
Hey, what's your name again, Craig?
Joshua Krakow.
Joshua. Nobody cares
Yes,
about that. You got to get yourself into a topic that really people feel passionate about. You already are behind the 8 ball by running on the Libertarian ticket. I don't know that there's been only a handful of Libertarians ever win. Probably the greatest Libertarian of all might have been Jesse Ventura. Was he even was he on the Libertarian ticket? That might be the most.
Yeah, he was successful on the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, that was the biggest success of the Libertarian Party probably, and never be seen again. And I don't think that you wanting to change Florida to the gold standard of, I think I forget, Utah. I know this. There's been 6 states. I was just watching something
is this where
on
we
this.
can pay with like gold nuggets instead of cash?
It's where they put a value where you can use gold as a legal tender.
So,
But people don't.
actually
People,
a company-
but nobody cares about that.
I do.
You got to have.
No,
you
you
got,
don't, Seth,
You
you
got to
liar.
have. You got to have like an abortion stance. You got to have an immigration stance. You got to have a recreational marijuana stance.
Well, he's libertarian. We know his stance on those.
Yeah, so this is State House. State House, I can't, immigration is not something that's federal. State House, my position on, I'm working on a bill, or I have a bill for reforming the family court system, removing the judge's authority and the psychologist's authority.
Now,
and giving fathers equal rights the moment that DNA is determined.
Who's the who are your opponents?
So I'm going against Tiffany Esposito, who is a Republican. She is a rhino. And then I'm also going against Cornelius Fowler, who is a Democrat. The Republican Party has not endorsed Tiffany Esposito, as she does not actually represent their party. And she just doesn't, she's not active. I actually have bills and I have policies. I'm working on a bill fortifying our election.
Now, do you have any prior experience? Have you been a politician before?
I sent you his website.
Oh, you did? Okay.
No, I have not been a politician. I've been I did armed security in Lee County for many years. I've worked with a lot of our grassroots candidates for this primary election, and have learned a lot. And I'm actually Stanley, your friend Stanley, that comes to a lot of your events.
Stanley the sniper.
Kyle.
I don't see it here. Look, this is all I got. Is it this one?
No,
It's Krakow for FloridaFamilies.com.
I'll resend it.
Correct.
It might be frozen.
Yes.
KRAKOW.
It all came in at once. Sorry.
And if you live down in Fort Myers, you can vote for him.
Yep.
Here we go. This is oh, yeah, you know, you look. Hold on. You look like a pretty good dude. You look like a normal dude.
Bubba can tell your politics just by your picture, your headshot.
Look
So
at that
you're
vein
good.
coming. Look at that vein coming out of his bicep.
But hold on, man. I'm just saying he looks like.
I like your striation.
I like the guy's look. I think he looks like a real, kind of rugged, cool dude. Like, I mean, just based on looks, yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, I was 4 months from shipping out to the Marines back in 2008 when I lost my leg. And this is the way that I feel like I can serve our community.
I just wish you could. I just wish you could get that Republican nomination, my friend. Then you'd be smooth sailing.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to because I'm not a Republican.
But half of hold on
support by the party.
I know, but listen, Krakow. Let me tell you something. Most Republicans aren't really Republicans, and most Democrats really aren't Democrats. They just flip flop applesauce to the best opportunity they got to win. So I mean, the mayor of Dallas flip flopped, and Alex Stein accentuated that. There's been a lot of people flip flop. So don't worry about flip flop.
No, I don't disagree. The issue with changing parties is the primary hustle. Is you have to get people to show up to the primaries because the corporations overpower the grassroots candidates and get more people to show up in the primary, and then you don't get the good candidate in the general.
Yeah.
But you're going to get the Bubba rub next year.
Yeah.
Next time around. You'll get the Bubba rub.
So anyway, listen, bud, I got to get going, but obviously we have a few weeks before the election. No, actually, quite a bit. How many we got?
We got like 6 weeks.
6 weeks. Maybe call the show a few more times. Spread a little bit more of your propaganda out for me, and we'll give you some airtime, my friend.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Yeah, I should be on Trey Rado's podcast here soon. I'm just hitting the tour. I'm looking at going on Luke Bukowski's podcast here over in Miami, and Clint Russell. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but I'm just doing the tour and getting the word out. My policies are not left or right. I'm very in the middle. I'm all about liberty and all about getting the power back to the individuals. So, but I totally appreciate your time, and I don't want to take any more of it.
All right, man. Call me in a couple weeks. I'll get you back on. All right, bud?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Liberty Lockdown podcast, Seth? Are you familiar with their work?
Liberty Lockdown?
Yeah.
I actually had that one. I had that one in the hopper.
Yeah.
I might have. I have to pivot.
Let's see how many followers they have on YouTube. They've got 20,000 subscribers. That's not weak.
Oh, that's nice.
I love Bubba. Oh, yeah, I see your picture here. You're a good-looking guy. You got my vote.
Call me back. Let's get you on some
How
more.
big's your dong? Forget policies, schmolicies. How are you hanging? Run your numbers for me there, buddy.
I think we just pretty much endorse that guy.
Yeah. Vote for him. Whatever. I don't care. I couldn't even get Hazlett through primary.
Oh, man.
What's up, Tile Guru?
What up, Bubba fan?
Are you falling asleep over there, Sethy boy?
Politicians bore me.
Howard Stern, Bubba fan 69. Oh yeah, you like my voice? I'll give you my voice. You dirty little Tile Guru.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna vote for him, but then I saw that striation on his biceps. Clearly he works out.
What up, Lasse?
Take him to a run through the Bubba gym. Bubba's man camp. Send your boys over the summer. 7 and up. And I will run them through my workouts. Send me your boys. I'll send boys to men camp with Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, man.
Got Caitlin lined up to take care of them.
When are we recording the next pod?
I don't know, man. No, I wouldn't have accidentally gotten into a Cybertruck. I would have known that hideous monstrosity was not my vehicle. I'll take you to the end of the road at my Boys to Men camp. Every day for lunch we'll have a Motown Philly cheesesteak.
What up, Madden Crusher? Paul?
Rick Scott is a piece of shit thief.
Is he running again?
Yeah.
Who's he running against?
Debbie Marcusel Powell.
Oh, I don't even know her.
She's a Florida Dem, lifelong politician. That's all we get. It fucking sucks.
Rick Scott's gonna be in this shit for life.
Fucking hate that scumbag. Medicare fraud piece of shit.
I want to rub fucking suntan lotion on his skull.
Let it burn.
I would never do that to my governor. I mean, my senator.
You know how they put ducks in the windshields of Jeeps?
Well, I do that.
They're putting little penises in the windshield of the Cybertrucks. So we should get Bubba Army little penises, micro-peens. Because that's what they're doing with the Cybertrucks.
Micro-peens?
You're a dick. Not to be confused with your very real manly car.
It's an Atlas, dude. The fucking manliest dude ever. He held the world on his shoulders.
That is true. I have seen the sculpture.
Yes. Get the fuck out of here. Nothing more manly than Atlas.
And you know that he was, I mean...
Look at the striations in Atlas.
Made by who?
The Germans.
Mm-hmm. What kind of brand?
The Germans.
The Volkswagen?
The Volkswagen.
Are you saying it was manufactured by the same people that built gas chambers in the Holocaust?
Mm-hmm. Real rugged man.
Well, do you know Candace Owens said the Holocaust doesn't exist and it's your fault, you Jew, for the world?
Yeah,
Oscar Donnie Jews?
A lot of Canada people are turning against Candace Owens.
Holy shit, man.
That bitch couldn't have fucked up a rep anymore.
Oh, she did, yeah.
Than me. I can't Candace Owens myself right out of the business.
She had a pretty big contract with Ben Shapiro.
She's probably still getting it.
The Orlando Content House Shindig. It's going to be a bunch of dudes doing stuff dudes do. Happening November 15th and 16th. If you want to come see this freak show, email us orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night. orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. The BTLS show now returns.
Is there an after show today? Today's Thursday. I think today's
podcast, right? Stoner and Loner.
That's right.
Stoner and Loner drops today. Is it already been taped?
Yeah, yeah.
It's already been taped.
Yes.
It drops today. Again, Orlando at BubbaArmyHQ.com if you want to join the Orlando Content House Shindig, if you will.
We've got a good amount of emails so far from names we don't even recognize.
For real?
Oh, yeah.
Like 10?
More than 10.
Really?
Yes.
Told you guys, numbers going to be between 75 and 100, and we'll reach out to the spot, and we'll get it all set up.
All right, thank you.
Do you want me to do that, Seth, or you got that?
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Brian cuts good deals.
No, I know. Brian would be great at it, but I feel like I should do it.
I mean, are you going to negotiate drink and food specials like I would?
No. He will not.
I can only negotiate with baseball cards where I can ask them, I go, you got
Brian,
any room on that?
Once we find out where we're going to be, can we hand it over to you for the negotiation?
I think I got the spot. I'll go over with you before the show, and I'll reach out to him.
And Seth, will you not be mad if Brian takes over that portion of negotiation?
I would love if Brian took it over. I just don't want to put anything on Brian's plate. He's very busy. He's got a new podcast. He's got a kid. You know, there's a lot popping in his life.
Doing a Tuesday debate show with Dan and Bubba.
This is, I guess this is the news conference they had. The sheriff told us to wait, but I guess a few hours later, they came out with the identity.
Yes, they did.
Colt Gray, 14 years old, out of this small town in Georgia.
On the FBI watch list.
Yeah, he's on the FBI, this kid could be crazy list. And, boy, I got to tell you, the FBI, they were right on that. They didn't do anything about it.
Well, there's the conspiracy theorists that are saying that this is a false flag inside job, that the Colt Gray kid didn't actually do it, that it's the feds because there's an election coming up and they want to drum up anti-gun stuff. You know, that crowd. The Reynolds Wrap crowd.
I think I'm more of a Democrat than I am a Republican. I just don't like the candidate. But can Democrats like guns?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. I think I could be Democratic, and if we all have to kind of give and take a little bit, I could be like, Republicans are like, I want my guns. I want every part of my guns. I want every kind of gun I can have. I want them fully auto. I want silencers. I want assault rifles. I want everything. I want it all. Second Amendment said I could have a cannon if I want to. Well, things have changed a little bit in technology since the Second Amendment was written, and I hope that I'm probably going to piss off a huge part of our base.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's all Republicans. That's like the crazy ones, like there's crazy lefties too.
But here's what I'm saying. One of the major issues between Democrat and Republican are the following couple issues. 1, gun control. 2, immigration. 3, abortion. Whereas I think you can cross party lines and have some sensible stances on all 3 of those that I think people could live with. 1, gun control. I believe that it's your right to have a gun, but I do think that it wouldn't be a bad idea that if you had to register your gun. I mean, you got to register your car. You got to you can't have a cell phone necessarily that's not everything that you pretty much have or do is registered in some way, shape, or form to you. So something that's as deadly as a gun, that means good people get guns.
No, some people then on the super far right will say, well, if you got to register a gun and show an ID, then why can't you show an ID to vote?
That's my argument.
But there you go.
My argument is, okay, lefty. Nope. Listen, lefty, you thought that I would be absolutely no way am I going to register my gun. So guess what? I'm for gun registration. Now you give me voter registration. I just can't be all one way here. So, right? I mean, that would be, Brian, I mean, if you were, that would be compromise.
Yeah.
And then you
it's something we used to do about 20, 30 years ago in this country.
It's like, okay, all right. Let's put some regulations on the type of guns that you can have. And you have to register them. I don't necessarily know. I think there's full auto rules now where you can't have a full auto gun unless you get a special stamp and, put it in a trust. It's pretty much a pain in the ass. But, maybe we regulate, some type of, you can't have certain guns. And again, I know this goes, I mean, the Iggies and some of the hardcore Republicans are really mad at me right now, but I'm talking about compromise. Because with the left, I'm going to say, okay, I'll give you your, not necessarily ban on assault rifles deal, but we'll come up with a list of a couple guns you can't have. We'll also make it so that you have to register your guns. But you need to work with me on immigration. We need to not let 12 million people in our country willy-nilly. We need to lock the borders down. I think Ronald Reagan said it best one time. I think he was on the Johnny Carson show, and he said, hey, listen, my answer to immigration is we sign them. Every person that comes into our country, we automatically sign them up for a Social Security card, and they start paying into the tax code. That's how we fix immigration. Come on in. We'll do a little background check on you, make sure you're a good guy, make sure you're not coming from a Venezuelan prison. And once you check out that you're a good person and you're seeking political asylum and you think you need to be here, we're not going to give you any free money, free hotel rooms. We're going to register you, give you a Social Security card so that when you work, that's the card that you use so that you can pay into the tax code. And you know what? We'll even register you to vote too. Because if you're going to pay into the tax code, you can vote as well.
Do you think if we had a cover charge at the border and made them hand over like $20 when they got there, that would really be beneficial for the country?
Not 20.
Because I'm doing 20 times 12 million, and seems like a big number.
I think it's more like $1,000.
Yeah, if they can afford the coyotes, they can afford.
Yeah,
to get
$1,000 to get in. Register, get your Social Security card, get you an ID card. Start paying. You can start working hard, but you're going to work under that Social Security card. We're going to know where you are. You're going to be documented. And we'll let you in. Not a big deal. So I don't know why we can't come up with a compromise like that. Because I mean, we used to be able to. Now it's nope. As soon as you take one right away, you never get them back. Second Amendment says you can have a cannon. You can have a full-blown cannon if I wanted to.
We had the what was it? The Brady bill that worked pretty good for a while. School shootings went down. The second it came out off the books,
arm your teachers.
Everything shot through the roof.
Arm your teachers and revisit the Brady bill. People that owned guns. What year was the Brady bill?
1994.
Okay, so I bought
92, 94.
I bought my first gun in 1985. That's when I bought my first gun. I think in Indiana you'd be 18. Maybe it was 21. I don't know. I bought my gun. I literally bought a gun the day I became legal. I don't know if it was 18 or 21, which day, but that was within the Brady bill deal, and I didn't find myself wanting any other extra guns. I wanted a handgun, and I got one. The Brady bill, I think, Brian, limited a certain type of, like, they put a ban on certain type of assault rifles and bump stocks and things like that.
Yeah.
But as a gun enthusiast, I mean, it didn't really affect my life at all. I had a gun. I had a couple guns. I had a shotgun, handgun. We could compromise and bring that. And if the Brady bill was proven to reduce school shootings, so as a Republican, if you're like, okay, I'm good with that, then the Democrats can't shove it up your ass. They can't. You're like, hey, I'm good with that. If you're gonna sit here and pound your chest and say school shootings are happening, I don't think school shootings are happening because there's any type of gun that's allowed in our society. I think school shootings are happening because we have abandoned mental health diagnoses early on. Remember when we were kids, man, if there was a kid that was a little bit, on the spectrum, they quickly kind of shuffled him out of the class and got him to the right place.
Got him to a different class.
They got him. I mean, by first or second grade, man, little Johnny that was on the spectrum, he was going to a different set of classes than you and the rest of the boys were.
Well, spectrum and mental health, I think, are different things.
Yeah, but I mean, both can be identified. I think both can be identified by teachers fairly early on.
If someone's going to grow up to be, mentally unstable, just be like this Crooks guy. Is that what his name is that shot Trump?
I do think that we have really, 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 really we've defunded and not put enough money and resources into helping people with mental health issues. And that's the influx of school shooting is not because they are allowed to have a certain type of gun. School shootings are because we have abandoned mental health issues.
Mental health has to be identified by the parents.
Yeah.
I don't think that's not anything that a teacher should need to do. That has to be that the parents either had it themselves and passed it down, or you monitor your child's behavior so you know what they're dealing with. But I don't think that's up to the teacher. And I think really for kids that are young, it's really hard to identify if there's mental health issues, because a lot of them come later in life, and that's when they get really bad.
What if this story out of Georgia that this Clay Gray kid or whatever his name is,
Colt Gray, age 14.
Colt Gray kid had made threats. They visited the father. The father's
that's all on record. That's all on record.
That's what we've been told happened, right? So, I mean, in that instance, Seth, what do? You convict the father, right?
Well, I mean, first of all, you don't blame the gun. You don't blame the gun. You blame the parent. God forbid. Yeah, you blame the. I mean, if the FBI and the authorities have already been to this guy's house and talked to this 14-year-old's dad about having some concerns about his kid, and this happens, Brian, I'm with you. As much as we don't see eye to eye on some stuff,
but do you think that, Brian?
Start putting it on some parents and watch parents start paying more attention.
Do I think the parents should be held responsible?
Do you think the dad should go to jail?
I think if
in this case
he was warned, and if it ends up that the kid ended up using his father's guns that the father failed to secure, yes.
And here's the deal, Brian. I'm not saying the parents get blamed on all of this. I'm saying when it's this specific, where the authorities have been to the house, have talked to the dad. The dad said, you ain't got nothing to worry about. My kid's cool. And that kid ended up using his dad's gun. And his dad, yes, in this instance, the parents do get charged. Now, there's a lot of instances. I think the latest one from Tennessee or whatever the latest one, the parents had no idea. And I don't know that the Crooks parents necessarily knew that he was going to go bat crap crazy and try to kill the president.
The Tennessee person was over 18.
Yeah, so was the Pennsylvania guy.
Yeah,
so was the Crooks guy.
Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school.
Okay.
Who immediately encountered.
Let me tell you something, Kay. Cartman was all involved back this, okay?
I'm Deputy Mackey from the GBI, okay? We're going to talk about this shooting, okay? Guns are bad.
Just minutes of this report going out.
Had a little 14-year-old, okay? Was a real bastard.
Okay.
Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody.
Being tortured as we speak. 14-year-olds talk, man, when you waterboard them.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Manifesto from Tennessee yesterday. The shooter
Okay, let me find. Did you send it to me,
I
buddy?
just sent it to you, yeah.
Okay.
The kids had their active shooter drills this week.
Oh, it's just disgusting. It makes my stomach turn.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do that, right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes. It's disgusting.
like what we used to do, tornado and fire drills.
Oh, they got that. They have nothing but drills.
That's
That's
it.
half of the school day is what to do when something's going to kill
It's
you.
literally 3 drills a month.
Yeah.
The fire, the hurricane or tornado.
And the shooter.
And the shooter.
We did that after Columbine.
And so,
Is this
here's a
from
kid,
reputable news
you know, like
source?
Sammy, who you maybe not, you keep her away from this type
Okay,
of news.
okay.
But
I just
she
saw that
knows
on
about
there.
it because she has
It's
to
a
do
red
fucking
flag.
drills.
No, yeah, I
Yeah,
just
she
saw
knows
the
about it.
Tennessee Star had it.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
She knows it's a thing. Because you got to do a fucking drill on it.
First search, right? I looked at it.
So what?
Or last night.
Do the kids tell you what they got to do?
Yeah, they don't go under their desk.
Let's talk about it on the air.
Well, I don't. I'm trying to figure out. I just don't have to be
Brian can help us.
I have to be very quiet.
I don't want to talk about active shooter drills. That's depressing to me.
No, I want to talk about what your like. I'm not talking about like what's the protocol, like what happens. Why can't we?
They all have to go into a corner of the room and just be as quiet as possible.
The teacher locks the door.
The teacher locks the door and does whatever, puts a blind over the view hole looking in so nobody can see into the room.
And if that teacher had an AR-15,
Yeah, I'm a bitch, Carlos Clem, because I want to live in a world where my daughter doesn't have to go to her fucking first grade in fear of death. Yeah, I'm a bitch. No, you're a fucking asshole, is what you are, who adds nothing to the show anymore, so why are you here?
Tell him, Brian, tell
I
him.
did. I told him. I don't really mean that, but...
Thank you, Timothy. Timothy likes Tigs and Bits. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. Anybody else?
I do not feel ashamed. I'm your health, I'm your dream, I'm nothing in between. You know I wouldn't want it any other way, Seffy boy.
Do you think she made a good living off that song?
I think she made more than she should have. Meredith Bainbridge? Or Meredith Brooks.
Brooks, yeah.
Meredith Brooks.
So that song, Bitch?
Bitch. I bet she made $5 million off that song.
Oh, I bet you she made way more than that.
If she wrote it.
If the bitch wrote it, she's probably making fucking $300,000 or $400,000 a year in ASCAP money.
She's her net worth is it's hard to find.
200,000.
How much?
She fucking blew it. It's hard to find it.
Yeah, she's so not famous that you can't find out her net worth.
I just hope she's doing okay.
I do too. I hope she had a good day today.
She's 64.
Holy moly, man!
I'm sorry, 66.
Is she still fucking?
There you go. Woman mentioned on the show immediately.
How do you Google if she's still fucking?
I mean,
is Lisa Loeb still fucking?
It wasn't Lisa Loeb.
No, I know, but I'm just you know.
I met Lisa Loeb.
Who hasn't? Sorry, I didn't mean that, Bubba. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, you did.
She's very popular.
You say I only hear what
I had a crush on Vanessa Carlton.
I'd walk 1,000 miles.
I liked Michelle Branch.
One time the Packers played Detroit for a Thanksgiving game, and they had Melissa Carlton do the 1,000-mile deal at halftime, and oh my God, she looked so hot.
Oh my God, dude.
Let me see if you can find that for me.
Vanessa Carlton? I saw her open up for Stevie Nicks.
Vanessa Carlton, whatever fuck her name is.
She's not hot, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, she was hot as fuck there.
Yeah?
I mean, Vanessa Carlton, halftime Packers versus Lions Thanksgiving game.
Really?
We gotta look up what gave Bubba a boner 12 years ago, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of bones, look at fucking Kim Kardashian.
Why is it always got to be sexual with her? She has a great business mind.
She's a billion. She's a billion.
The Orlando Content House Shindig, happening November 15th and 16th. If you're dumb enough to come, email us, orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night, orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. The BTLS show now returns.
Let me were able to find my Vanessa Carlton.
I'm currently working on that. It's not coming up. You said it's Lions, Packers, Thanksgiving halftime show, right?
Lions, Packers halftime show. Vanessa Carlton, I'll Walk 1,000 Miles. Oh.
It's a new bit called What Gave Bubba a Boner 10 years ago.
So, speaking of boners,
sorry.
Kim Kardashian on, what is this, Jimmy Kimmel or is this
the Fallon?
Other? This is Fallon. I hate them all. I hate all three of them. What is it? Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and Jimmy Fallon.
What do you hate about them?
I hate them all.
Why?
I think they're all a bunch of libs.
Uh-huh.
I think they're all
Didn't you just come out as a liberal? You said you're a Democrat last break.
I'm a hybrid.
I think they're all a lot like
I'm a hybrid.
You are hybrid.
I believe in, you should be able to take your gun to the abortion clinic while smoking some weed.
Yeah. No, I don't think anybody's against weed anymore. Just like the super ultra right.
While we're fracking. I mean, I think we should frack. Legalization of marijuana, legalization of abortion, a little bit of gun control, but still be able to have it.
What's your stance on softening the age of consent?
I think it should be 16 across the board.
There you go. That's pretty liberal.
I mean, there you go. I'm lib with a red head. Let me, you still looking for him?
Yeah, I don't think it was the Packers. It looks like it was against New England on 2002.
Okay.
Holy hell.
I knew Bubba was a Patriots fan.
Did you find it?
Well, I've only found a picture so far.
Single.
Not a,
What's that?
I've only found a picture. They haven't had any videos yet.
There's video of it.
I'm looking for it.
Here's Kim Kardashian, and she says she wants to be single, but I think her daughters and everybody are trying to get her set up with somebody.
No.
You're not single.
No. Yeah. My kids.
Man, Kanye used to rail that. That's broken goods.
Well, I mean, she's been with, Ray J. There's the basketball man.
Lawrence Odom.
You know that looks like a
Chris Humphries.
You know that looks like a Steakum. You know that looks like an Arby's.
I'm sure she's had it tightened up.
Oh yeah, she's probably
vaginal rejuvenation.
Yeah, she went to Dan's and did the Lady Diva
She's
vaginal
probably got a machine she hooks up at night to it while she sleeps.
So funny because my kids try to set me up like they're ready now, and I'm not. But
You're not, but they want. It's like, all right, Mom, let's go.
So particular. Like they come home, they make lists. My Saint wants me to be with like any basketball player or soccer player, and I'm like,
I'd be like, I've already been there and done it.
You only knew.
Yeah, if you only do. Saint.
Do you think
got
safety protocol? What do you think Kim Kardashian looks like to maybe like a 25-year-old dude?
Well, what do you think Kim Kardashian looks like when she first gets out of bed with not an ounce of makeup on? What do you think?
I mean,
probably not that good.
No, but I'm just wondering, she doesn't look old to me. Like, she doesn't
if
look
I'm a 25-year-old, I'm wanting to blast the hell out of that.
I mean, I don't think there's a guy over 21 in the country that over 18 in the country that wouldn't.
Well,
over 15.
I didn't know if she looked older to younger people.
Her plastic surgery on her face has not been terrible.
No.
So I would give her credit for that.
Did you find
how
my
old
Vanessa?
is she though?
No, I'm not coming up with this halftime show.
I think she's 44, maybe.
Really?
If you could just find me a Vanessa Carlton performance when she just like at that song's most popular moment. I know she played it acoustically on a piano a few times, and Brian said she wasn't hot. I thought that Vanessa Carlton was really hot, but I could be wrong. You think Pink's hot?
No, but I think she's an amazing performer.
I think Pink was.
But I sent you when she was on Conan right around the 2002.
Vanessa Carlton had like 1 year that she looked good.
That maybe it was this year.
Maybe.
But
Rolling Stone magazine recently featured my next guest as one of 10 artists to watch.
Did you hear Did you see the deal that Conan O'Brien cut with SiriusXM? $100 million deal for his podcast rights to his podcasting network.
They just give away money. Why don't we get some of that serious money?
Because they don't care about radio anymore. They only care about stupid stuff. Kevin Hart,
Conan, Howard Stern.
Yeah, not Bubba Clem. They've had their
Opie
taste of
and
Bubba
Anthony.
Clem. Yeah, they're over those dudes. Dude.
Mad Dog
2002.
Russo.
She's here to perform a song
Andy
from her
Cohen.
forthcoming
All right, would you shut up?
Oh, sorry. I thought we were listing them all.
Be Not Nobody. Please welcome Vanessa Carlton.
This looks like it's from 1974.
No, but I mean, you're going to try to tell me she didn't look good as hell there? She looks good as hell. And then she's got that raspy-ass, sexy voice. If she was saying naughty words to you, you'd really be popping the bone.
She looks like Mina. Is it Mina Kimes from ESPN?
Yeah, a little bit, but she doesn't look like that anymore. This is 22 years
Making
ago.
my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound.
She's the same age as Kim Kardashian, by the way.
Staring blankly ahead, just making my way.
You taking a peek under that keyboard, Bubba?
Through the crowd.
All right, so anyway.
She's cute. I mean, again, not hot, but cute.
This is the manifesto, Lummy, from the
It's a
Tennessee
couple-
shooter.
Yeah, it's a couple pages. I guess it's like 90 pages long, but they released 2 of them. I guess to
And he's like, what? So I must die,
or
and
she. Or
oh well, yeah. Was this a trans?
Yes, transgender male.
Hale, who was a 28-year-old. Hale, who was 28 when she died, was born a biological female, but identified as a transgender male at the time of her attack. She was 28.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She often signed journal entries using the name Aiden. This is her various journal entry. She says she's broken, wrong, a bunch of other stuff in here. Let me. Soon I will leave this world, and you and your friends will be just fine. Does it even matter if I'm alive? Sounds like one of my trolls. Hale later added that added the octagonal symbol, and above it wrote "No regrets" by the gun. In the manifesto, there were several different writings about other locations. There were talks about the school. There was a map of the school, drawing of how potentially she would enter, and the assaults would have to take place. It's quite a bit of writing to it. I have not read the whole this is a reporter. I have not read the whole manifesto. Our team and the FBI have been working on this, a person stated. So let me, I mean, obviously, he, her, it.
Yes. It was a little messed up.
Was a little messed up, and I'm sure that there were people that knew she was a little messed up, right?
You would hope so.
I mean, right? I mean, did she live on her own, or did she live with her family? This nut job in Tennessee.
I think she lived on her own.
And what was her in various entries that reference her mental health? Hale confirmed her desire to transition genders, revealed a purported autism diagnosis, and she claimed that she was not bipolar, and wrote that she once called a phone number associated with a suicide prevention hotline 5 times in one day.
Wow.
And so, like, why did she do it? Like, did she have a problem with a particular teacher? Did she have a problem with, like, a lot of times school shootings are based on a kid being bullied, or
She was 28, and if you look at she said she wanted to
Brian,
die.
am I not right, Brian? A lot of times the school shootings come from kids that have been bullied or made fun of or something like that.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. This is clearly somebody who's deeply troubled and mentally ill. And
in other entries, Hale wrote extensively about her gender identity, including a 3-page entity the killer titled "My Imaginary Penis." Wow, we have something in common. Because I'm wondering where mine is half the time. What? In which she wrote, I'm not trying to state that I'm not very well hung, Brian. Thank you. In which she wrote about expressing sexual fantasies with stuffed animals. Now, see, that's where you automatically know you got a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. When you got a woman that's turning into a dude that wants to blast stuffed animals. That's a glaring red flag, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, if you're her therapist, Brian, as a therapist, do you have the ability? I know there's client privileged. You obviously stand a lot of your industry, a lot of what you do is attorney type client privileged. That's a lot of the legal system is based on that, predicated on that for the most part, right? I mean, you know.
So my privilege though doesn't extend to crimes that are going to be committed.
So like if you're a therapist, you have attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yeah, therapist, psychotherapist, patient privilege. Doctor-patient privilege,
right.
psychotherapist, patient privilege.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm this woman that's turned into a guy. I'm 28. I'm telling my therapist, hey, listen, I called the suicide prevention hotline 5 times last week, and I have a manifesto that I've been putting together, and I'm thinking about maybe, you know, either killing myself or going to the school and maybe, you know, shooting up the school a little bit. Does the client attorney privilege stop when there is a possible threat to others and you don't have to, like it might go from not only do you not have it, but you are required to report it. How does that work?
Yeah, I believe there's required reporting if they're making direct threats to themselves or others. So in those situations, I believe that
Brent Hatley had some. I don't mean to interrupt you, Brian, but Brent Hatley, when we were like in a lot of trouble, we thought the feds were listening or the authorities were listening on our cell phones. You know the feeling. You know the feeling, right?
When I can hear them breathing on the line.
Because they're out of breath from jumping over Rob Adams' fence. So anyway, but Brent goes, Bubba, I'll tell you right now, I want you to call me and tell me that you're going to come kill me. Okay? You're going to come kill me and at exactly 1:30. Okay? and tell them that. And I'm going to try to talk you out and be like, Bub, what are you talking about? And you just act crazy and say, Brent, I'm coming to your house at, and Brent wanted me to give his address out, 123 Main Street over there in St. Pete at 1:30 to blow you and your wife. I'm killing both of you. I'm blowing both of your heads off. And Brent goes, if they're listening, they're obligated to tell me that I could potentially be in danger. And so I literally did call Brent. I said, Brent, I'm so over you. I hate you. You don't understand. You're the worst producer ever.
What time are you free? About 1:30 today?
I said, you know what I'm going to do, Brent? I'm going to come over and kill you. I'm going to blow your face off. I got my shotgun. I'm going to be there exactly at 1:30. I know where you live. 123 Main Street over there in St. Pete, Brent. So then at 2 o'clock, Brent calls me back and goes, nope.
HQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You know, you should have been like the cable guy. I'm going to be there between 12 and 5 tomorrow. If you could just be at your house, I'd like to kill you.
Wow, show's over already. I can do a half-hour blizzard with you if you want, real quick after the show, Sethy.
Half-hour blizz? Say it.
Half-hour blizz.
I guess I got to do it when I got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I can squeeze you in.
Squeeze me in.
Blizz it out, kid.
Will you just give me a few minutes to write some questions?
I mean, I just gave you 10.
You did?
Yeah, right now. Start writing, big boy.
Well, I'll address your outburst with Carlos Clem, but I need to write down a few more things.
Thanks, Nick the Gun Guy. You're the best, buddy. Thanks, fan in Orlando. I don't mind being here. I know eliminating guns doesn't eliminate the problem completely.
But you know what eliminates the problem? Eliminating pussies like you.
Yeah, snowflakes like me who get upset.
Hey, no, you can go by do my deal, man. We allow guns. Guns are cool, but we're gonna put some rules on them, and you need to register them.
How about we start monitoring the crazies? You know?
Yeah, how about that? That's a good point.
Like if a teacher identifies a student as somebody they're fucking scared of,
You might want to start there.
Maybe do something about it.
Yeah, like this student scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. Well, obviously the 28-year-old. I was reading a little bit real quick. One thing is at 22. At 22, she was like, went to Vanderbilt or whatever. Not for schooling, but for like mental health issues. Twice they put her in like a hospital, and they wouldn't take her. So.
They are keeping Clement Kush. Clement Kush is now a once-a-month thing.
No, maybe more. Probably more.
Maybe, possibly, probably more. Maybe.
I'm down, Nick.
You know what I would love for a podcast, Rhett? And Bubba, don't get mad at me. I mean, Seth, Bubba, don't get mad at me about this, okay? But I would love a Bubba Reddit review podcast.
You're just fucking giving these people...
I'm not giving them anything. What does it matter if they put their hate on the internet about you?
Well, is that a real idea, Brian?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it could be.
No, it was until I saw my reaction. And
it was the worst idea I've ever had, and if I had a wiffle ball bat, I'd hit myself with it.
Oh, man. Dude, football tonight. Oh, you can't
check
watch.
out collars and coming. Who do you got, Bubba? Bubba picks. Kansas City or Baltimore's?
I got KC.
Yeah? You don't think Baltimore's with Derrick Henry, big and rugged, running the ball?
I think that's a... Yeah?
I mean, imagine that. They're going to pull Henry out and have Lamar Jackson just run right behind him like a fullback.
You know what? They could do that.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
And
be a great play. I don't see how you stop that.
No, not and maybe have a fucking guard pull too, like the old Packers fucking sweep.
Yep. Guard chips out the first linebacker.
Yep. Guard chips out the second one. Derrick Henry fucking gets the wide receiver the corner, and then fucking and Lamar's about as fast as greased lightning. So
he's open field Willie. Yeah, just design carries where. But it's a design. There's none of this bullshit
just like that North Dakota State. Just like that North Dakota State guy did.
Essentially.
I didn't hear you.
So you run them out of the backfield together, and Derrick Henry's clearly just the lead blocker on the play.
Oh, is Derrick Henry a good blocker?
Yeah, he's 6 foot, 240.
No, I think he's 6. I think he's 6'2".
He's 6'3".
He's 6'3", 240.
249.
Yeah, he's as big as any linebacker that's going to be coming out.
I mean, tight ends. There's still tight ends that aren't good blockers.
No, but Derrick Henry can block. He was a 3-down back. I mean, he was a 3-down back in Tennessee. They didn't pass a lot, but he was a 3-down back. You can't be a 3-down back if you can't block.
No, I didn't. I just wasn't sure if he was a good blocker.
Yeah.
I think he's still got a lot of gas in his tank.
I don't know about a lot, but
is he the next Adrian Peterson?
They're just the type of guys that when it goes, it's instant.
Well, but Adrian Peterson was what, 34, 35?
Oh, he went longer, man.
He went quick.
Peterson went long.
Mm-hmm.
He's still got the game to beat his kids.
The Orlando Content House Shindig. It's going to be a bunch of dudes doing stuff dudes do. Happening November 15th and 16th. If you want to come see this freak show, email us orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night. orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. The BTLS show now returns.
Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. I was trying to get through to ask a question to Brian if I could.
Yeah, go ahead. Brian's right here, my friend. We're getting ready to wrap up the show, so maybe you got a great
I'll
question.
save you the time, buddy. I'm married and hetero, but thanks for calling in.
What can I do for you, buddy?
No, I don't plan on going that route. That road is not one I'm going to travel.
Oh, sorry. That's what the call screener put on my screen.
I think Brian might be projecting as to what he really wants, but he's afraid to say it. But go ahead, sir.
Many years ago, I was involved in a gigantic cocaine seizure when I worked for the government. About 9,000 pounds of coke I caught cold down on the Mexican border. And I'm trying to find out what the statute of limitations would be on something like that if you wanted to start writing a book about it and the corruption that went with it.
So hold on, let me ask you a couple questions. What were you with?
Yes,
were you with the federal agents, like one of the big federal agencies?
Yeah, it was one of the ones that merged and became this crap that Homeland Security is.
Okay, and you as an officer made this big cocaine bust, right?
Oh yeah, it was on 60 Minutes. It was
All
on.
right. All right, so that's
on
all.
America's Most Wanted.
That's all public. It was all fair use and public knowledge. You could probably find a ton of articles about this particular thing. When,
Yeah, but I didn't know if there's any individual liability.
I don't know, Brian. What do you?
If I sat there and wrote it myself.
So I think what I would advise you to do is to write the book and then go to a publisher, and if they're interested, they're going to be the ones that tell you, oh man, you've got this problem, you got that problem. They run it through legal. So, I mean, I don't know what I honestly have no idea. This would be a very specific question for somebody who's dealt with this before.
Would it maybe violate his retirement benefits? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know that there's any clause that carries it. I mean, I imagine he would be protected by some, unless are you talking about shady stuff that you personally did?
Vegas Bubba Army, $100, and he's
or
not
are
on
you
there.
talking about shady things that you witnessed?
He left. He hung up. I think you might be listening to your advice right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if it's shady stuff that you personally did, then you need to know what the criminal statute of limitations is.
He's back on one.
And I don't know what the government would do with that.
So, sir, answer the question. Is the shady stuff that you saw, is it stuff that other people did and you did not participate in?
It wasn't so much that. You still there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of these things that I was actually the one that caught this giant propane tanker full of cocaine that had about 9,000 pounds of coke inside of it. And it rolled into eventually about 252 tons by the time it was done.
Right.
And I never went about looking at it as an individual writing a book about it, even though I did the piece on 60 Minutes. I did the piece on America's Most Wanted and all the other stuff I told you all about.
Well, it seems like,
But
I mean, if you hold on, if you were
any limitations.
Hold on, if you were able to do those pieces, and I got to think that your book is similar to what you probably talked about on those two outlets. And
it's right on it.
I don't think Brian said, write the book and take it to a publisher. They'll run it through their legal department, but we don't foresee you having an issue.
I don't think you have any issues with that, unless you're going to be admitting to crimes.
No. I was actually one of the people abused in it. I mean, the things that were done to my wife and I, you'd probably rather hear off the radio. But I'll give you just a little synopsis. Things like being told you better move, you effing kike, and take your effing kike family with you.
Seth gets that every day on Twitter.
Yeah, that's Rumble, free speech, baby.
That's Carline for Seth. So I mean,
just, he's part of the Guns of Mashwuka.
So anyway, listen. Our advice to you is write it. Find a reputable publisher, Simon and Schuster, or there's a bunch. You can even self-publish, but they'll run it through legal. And I would think that since you've already done various media sources about this, I got to think that you would be able to do it, and I think it would probably be fairly interesting too. I'd probably want to read it.
No, it's fascinating. It really is. When you see what happened, and again, this holds Iran-Contra stuff and all that other garbage in it. But again, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate your time. You guys are wonderful. You make me happy. I'm back to Florida, so thank you all.
Appreciate you, bud.
Yeah, we have a documentary wing of the Bubba Army now that we can put you in touch with, and we'll make the movie.
Hey, I do got a new doc coming out soon, so be looking for it.
Oh, if you ever want to start talking about this stuff, I'd be happy to do it because, like I said, it was.
I was going to say, could it be a podcast, Bubba?
You could ever experience.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm telling the story.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you'd want to first break the ice to this book and do a podcast with me. And we break the story down and do it as a podcast as a precursor to the book.
Absolutely, I'd love to do it.
All right,
you can look it up. My name is in the Washington Post.
All right, listen, I'm gonna have Lummy get your information. We'll start looking into it, and we'll probably make it a podcast. Okay?
No, I appreciate it. And again, thank you all for all you do. You guys are wonderful.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
You're the best.
Send us some money.
And finally, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Lummy, I hated this guy when he was at Notre Dame.
It was horrible.
I hate him now. I hope he loses. I hope he goes.
Why does everybody hate him, and how does he keep falling into great jobs?
Because you know what? He got his first break with Cincinnati, and he was able to turn Cincinnati around, and he hasn't done anything since. He sucks.
He gives Brian's a bad name, man.
He's exactly what's wrong with college coaching, and I hope that LSU loses every game that he ever coaches.
Because they got rid of Ed Orgeron for him, right?
Yes.
We had some guys played their butts off tonight, and we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an.
I had an opportunity. I have a friend who works for Notre Dame, and when Notre Dame played at I think they played LSU one year years ago, like 2017, and is it the Camping World Bowl that's
in
over?
Orlando?
Yeah. And they played that, and my friend invited me over. He's like, listen, we're going to do a Friday practice. There's very limited, and they practice at a high school field in Orlando. And my buddy got me like all access passes to go to the Notre Dame I'm a big Notre Dame fan, to go to the Notre Dame practice, and I got to watch.
This was 2019, Notre Dame versus Iowa State.
No, it was before that.
Oh, before 2019, huh?
Mm-hmm. And the Notre Dame won, and the tight end had one unbelievable grab, and it was anyway. I watched Brian Kelly as the head coach conduct practice, and seeing him, and he was just checked out. He doesn't micromanage at all, which I kind of like, but I think you got to be way more hands-on. Like, he wasn't doing anything. He literally wasn't doing anything.
Oh, you're like the coaching consultant. Like, they brought you in to secretly watch Brian Kelly.
The 2018 Citrus Bowl.
Yes.
Notre Dame over LSU.
Yes. Tell me. God, come on, B. Give it to me on the stats today, bitch.
Bubba gets the belt. Bubba gets the strap. Give the man his dues. Get him mines.
2 straight years in the Camping Bowl.
Again, if you want to go and be part of the Orlando meet and greet, email us, orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let me, we got a decent amount already?
A lot more now. Probably over 20, just for the last 2 hours.
It's going to be huge. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
I'm just straight for the slate markings. Number 2, take 2. Seth Kushner describes what he does here at the BRN, and action.
Seth Money is zesty co-host and president of podcasting.
That's it? That's how you want it?
Do I need more?
Good evening.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.